That's right. We have a hub.
Yeah, and the hub is wherever the best internet is. And if I recall, at that house, we could have any redundancy we wanted. We could run Comcast or whatever you're running now, and then as a backup or as a primary run Starlink. So we would have to have a true catastrophe in order to be fucked.
I'm retired now.
Okay.
I don't know that.
And then if that happened, we could connect directly to a station.
6 years out here, we're in Fort Pierce.
But you're right. We gotta do it.
I was with the Stedman group.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. 6 years out here, and then within a year. No, it was in a different location. Yeah, started actually right across the spectrum and then down.
Yeah.
And then went into post-acute for a year.
Okay.
So right when we got farmers Vivid, and then over to here. Yeah. So a bit of a roundabout way of getting there, but. And your specialty was?
I was an OB/GYN.
Okay.
For a long time.
Gotcha.
Like 40 years. So I'm happily retired.
That's great.
Did you get some, coffee or
I got some coffee here, yeah.
Okay. Cold coffee too. As soon as I discovered this, the cans of those sweet regular coffee.
Like home brew kind of stuff? Yeah.
It's straight, so you can add cream if you want.
Tom put CBD in his.
No,
Impact Traffic. This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
A few highway issues right now, northbound I-25 at Founders Parkway.
Hey, bro, we don't get the 18 today. You're gonna stay? We don't get the 18 today. He's back. He's here now. He's back from now on. Well, first 2 hours. You're back with us for good? First 2 hours? Where do I lodge a protest? Hey, tell the guy back there your joke about monkeypox.
Oh, no, don't do that.
Is that Glenn? Is that Glenn back there?
Yeah. All-in-one solution makes it easy to attract, interview, and
I'm incorrigible.
apply for a job and immediately get a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Okay, so where were you before?
Hey, Mark, was that
Mark, I mean, this phone system just emailed me a follow-up. Isn't that funny? I want to explore. There's a phone system we advertise here about, but we may not need a phone system if we just use our Wi-Fi phone. That's the easiest thing. But how do we get? So when we have a Wi-Fi phone, how does it? What number is assigned to it? Whatever number you want. Right now we've got 4 numbers. Okay, but can we have 303 Martino roll over to the other line? That is a real number on that phone system. But will it roll over? Or will it just tie up to 303? We can do whatever we want, yeah. Well, then we don't really need a phone system. She just picks it up. No, but I like the idea of a completely virtual one. I don't know. I got to think through that. Yeah, but we still need Wi-Fi for completely virtual no matter what. Yeah, why don't you call them and ask them questions? Send me that follow-up so I can look at it. I was asking questions, but I know you had more. And I tried to I have the agent that I talked to. I want you to talk to that person. I told him we were from iHeart. I didn't get into the troubleshooter and all the separate stuff.
Will that allow me and Marty to call in when we need to?
Not only call in, you can Zoom in. Oh, okay. We can absolutely. In fact, it would shit everything else. You got phones? Yeah.
Come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK is our number. 303-713-8255. Welcome. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, and make your life a little easier. And this hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com. That's Panacea Life. I love this stuff. And, of course, don't need as much as I used to with the back surgery going 100% successful. But normal aches and pains, anxiety, you get 30% off with Tom in the promo code, and that's realcbdthatworks.com. All kinds of CBD products, including cosmetics with anti-inflammatory properties. And speaking of pain, inflammation, and anxiety and all that stuff, we have Colorado Pain Care with us today, coloradopaincare.com. Now, listen, a lot of people talk about pain management, pain care, and they're nothing but, well, not so much anymore. They're phasing out, but these drug factories, drug management. Others are nothing more than chiropractors masquerading as a 100% solution for everything. And by the way, I love chiropractors for what they do. Or there are different kinds of areas and places, and you'll hear names everywhere from spine this and spine that to nerve this and nerve that, pain this and pain that. Colorado Pain Care is comprehensive. They'll tell you what they think is going on and try to keep you out of pain with the least invasive stuff. And then if you need more, they will explore that. That's what I love. They're MDs, they're docs, but they don't have a closed mind for what works. If it works, they do it. And they have a physical therapy department. And what I love about it is you can make an appointment straight with physical therapy, and they can analyze you. And if you don't need a doc, you don't need a doc. If you just need some therapy, you get therapy. Or you can go straight to the docs. And so that's what I like. And their PTs, their physical therapists, are doctors, PhDs, doctorate level physical therapy, overseen by doctorate level PTs, which is really important. And I'm not saying that other PTs don't do a good job. I'm just saying I like someone who knows the entire physiology. So if you have questions for the show, we're going to address some stuff. And I've had so many emails since I talked about my back surgery, talking about problems with backs, wondering if they need surgery. And I guess I should say this right up front. Most back problems don't need surgery, and most problems can be resolved. So I don't want to tell you, because I had surgery and I'm so happy, that everyone needs surgery. That's a really big mistake to make if you think that. And we talked about that in the past. And I'll recap that today with our guest, Eli Park from Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine. But the way you reach him is 303-GOT-PAIN when they're not here. Let's go to Home Depot here. Jeff, what's happening at Home Depot? What's going on?
Hey, Tom. My name is Jeff.
Yeah.
I was just calling in regards to a cabinet order I placed back in February.
Okay, can I ask why you went to Home Depot for cabinets?
Yeah, it's just kind of, we browsed our options, looked for what we could afford.
I went to Home Depot one time. I wanted to do garage cabinets. This story is parallel. I did something for the laundry room, something for the garage. I was moving into this house. I wanted to do garage cabinets, basic cabinets. I got a bid. It was $14,000, and I just want to tell you the story real quick. Then I went to buy and build. They're now at 560 South Lipan, buyandbuild.net. I went there, and I'm looking for low-grade cabinets. They didn't have any, and so I find these beautiful wood cabinets, beautiful, and the whole lot of them was under $4,000, assembled at my garage. So I said, what? And so I put, wait, now I'm serious. Low-grade laminates were $14,000 at Home Depot, and these were like $3,000, and maybe a little more with taxes, delivery, and assembly. So I had them put in my garage. People thought I was decadent. They're saying, what are you doing with solid wood cabinets, beautiful cabinets in your garage? And I said, because they were cheaper than going to the big box stores. And that's why I asked, why would you go there? And I'm not saying they're bad people. I'm just saying that the cabinets, people automatically think the big boxes will save them money. But I digress. Tell me about your cabinet order. You ordered when?
So we ordered in February.
Okay, so what's wrong?
So we had a 12-week window. After that 12-week window, they still hadn't showed up. Showed up a few weeks later. Not a big deal. We were just happy to get our cabinets. You have 7 days.
When did you finally get them?
We got them June 12th, June 13th.
Okay, so what's the problem?
So the problem is, during the unboxing, we had a total of 23 cabinets that were expected to be delivered. Out of the 23, 19 were damaged and 2 were missing. And we're talking damage to the point of, like, you know, we're not even able to install.
Can you just cancel the whole thing and go to buy and build? I'm not kidding you, by the way. I don't get a commission for sending you there. If you want to be elated, where are these cabinets going?
They're going in our kitchen, actually. We have an addition being built onto our home, and so we're kind of on a time crunch.
Time crunch. You go there today and get them tomorrow. But okay, but
and if they don't have what you have, then Art of Granite's going to.
Art of Granite has cabinets, and listen, I know. Listen, I'm not trying to flim-flam you, man. You didn't call to be hustled. I'm not doing that. I'm telling you the God's honest truth based on experience. Now we can fight Home Depot all you want. Okay, we will. We can assign someone to it. In fact, I think, Suze, you got an angel over there, right? We'll get this handled for you. But the problem is they got a supply chain issue. Courtney Pierce over at Buy and Build orders containers of cabinets in stock. So what kind of cabinets are these?
So they're American Woodmark. We got like the specialty American Woodmark.
Where American Woodmark is a brand, what kind of cabinets?
So they're a laminate cabinet.
Why'd you get a laminate?
It's kind of just what we were recommended to.
Wait. Were you recommended because of the price point of a laminate?
I believe so, yeah.
What kind of laminate? A wood laminate, or did you get a laminate on purpose? Because there are some high-end laminates that are polyester, like if you've seen these white, shiny, beautiful cabinets that are laminates, or is it a laminate that tries to imitate wood?
It is a laminate that I believe tries to imitate wood.
Jeff, what kind of house do you have here? Is this intermediate? Is it expensive? Tell me about it.
It's intermediate. We live on a few acres. It was a really small home. We bought it as a project home.
Listen, okay.
We just had like a 1,000.
What do you want us to do? You want did Home Depot say they could replace those cabinets pretty quickly?
So they did. That's the thing, Tom, is we went through that process, and that was back in June. I asked to speak to the store manager. They never got back to me. I ended up working with the lady I was originally working with.
Did you get the new cabinets? Did you get the new cabinets?
I did. Yeah, so we got 9 more cabinets, and out of those 9 cabinets, 7 had damage to them.
Listen,
so
will they let you toss in the towel?
You know, and that's what I'm calling you for. I really want to get your advice.
Well, my advice would be cancel. I know right. You can get better cabinets. You'll be calling me in a few weeks saying, "Oh my God, thank you so much for the referral." That's what I know will happen. But I don't know if we can get you out of this deal. I would say they had enough chances to make it right, and I'd say screw them. But yeah, I don't know what you signed, man. I really don't. And my recommendation, really, Jeff, my recommendation would be cancel with Home Depot for cabinets. They're not a cabinet place, okay? I know they want to be all things to all people. If you need a couple washers, go there, and they have good lawn stuff. They have different things. They're not a cabinet place. I don't care what they say. They're not. And you go to Buy and Build, and you will rave about them. I'll get Courtney on immediately if you wanted to talk to him. But here's the deal. That's what I would do. But if you want us to help you make this order correct, we have someone at Home Depot look, and I want to be honest here. He's a good guy, and he gets things done. So you tell me what you want.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of in the position where we would like to cancel. But then,
because you spent how much money did you say?
It was about $13,000 or $14,000.
You're going to be, you will be absolutely astounded. In fact, you know what? Get Courtney on, doggone it. I want Courtney to talk to him. Just listen.
Yeah.
I just want you to hear what you get for that price. Hold on, and then we'll come back to you, okay? I got other people I have to talk to, and then we have Colorado Pain Care. And you can text the show, too, if you want to text me at 577-39, and I will get that up and running, along with YouTube comments and whatever you have right after this.
The Stuff They Don't Want You to Know podcast delves into popular culture's most persistent mysteries. Now, there's something else that the guys at Stuff They Don't Want You to Know want you to know. They've got a new book coming out, packed with illustrations. The Stuff They Don't Want You to...
It won't let me type words. It won't let me start with words. so I have to put a symbol in and then go back.
Come on, man. You have access to this like always, right?
Long story. M&M and Empower.
No, here's what I want to ask you, Shannon. Go to notes to produce. Let's talk about Empower Reverse Mortgage. EmpowerReverse.com.
What is that? That is Mark Massey and his team that have set up a helpline to help you with a reverse loan. What is a reverse loan? It accrues against the equity in your home. You never have to make a payment. You also can get money out, or you can fix up your house, or you can stay in your home if you're older and need assisted living. There are many options, but you need to go in with knowledge. It's not for everyone, but if you're 62 or older with equity, give them a call. The helpline, ask all your questions. 720-500-7719. 720-500-7719. All right, so Mark's got an RV. He built an RV garage. It wasn't good enough for him. You wanted to make it fancy, Mark. Go ahead.
Well, Garage Kings, they came out and they did the most beautiful coating. You're going to love these guys, and here's what I can tell you. If you've been putting off getting that garage to look like brand new, do it now. These guys take no money up front, fast free estimates, the guaranteed lowest price, and my favorite part, a lifetime warranty. Give Garage Kings a call right now, 720-252-0370, or visit them at GarageKings.com.
Did you know that you do not have to hire multiple contractors and visit dozens of home centers in order to get
We should ask that guy if he paid by credit card, Mark.
You bet, Dad. With our free in-home quote, our design professionals will bring our show.
What's that, sir?
We should ask him if he paid by credit card. That'll make it a lot easier.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah. Okay, let's. God's a pain in the ass unlocking credit. Total pain in the ass.
Or the need to fix that leaky, moldy, nasty thing you don't shower. Check us out. Book your bathroom project now for select install rates, and you'll enjoy 12% savings. Kitchens, baths, counters, and slippers. We have our word will treat you right. 303-722-2295. 800
freeze my credit.
Or drhi.com.
I had low back pain that was due to herniated discs. Meet Dr. Justin Garzone, another satisfied patient who found regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics. Over a very short period of time, the pain went away completely, and I've had absolutely no symptoms or pain since my treatment. Before Dr. Garzone found QC Kinetics, he was looking at all the old school pain treatments. It was recommended to have steroid injections done, but then unfortunately my insurance company said that I would have to do 3 months of physical therapy first, and I needed to get better quickly. With QC Kinetics, the doctor got lasting relief with no downtime. I didn't have to take any medications during my treatment. I avoided surgery, and I am now pain-free. Don't live with
What is your mother's maiden name?
Call QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, for a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics, 303-900-8986. That's 303-900-8986. 303-900-8986.
Are you prepared for more severe food shortages? It's likely that over the next year, serious food shortages will plague us. American farmers are dealing with insane diesel fuel prices and fertilizer shortages.
Suzanne, you should have a code.
And that
Email.
Families' favorite foods will soon be in short supply while fetching sky-high prices. Inflation is the new normal, folks. It's time to act before things get even worse. Go to mypatriotsupply.com without delay. You'll find ready hour emergency.
What's your PhD in?
Patriot Supply.
Doctorate in physical therapy.
5 years in storage.
Yeah, so,
each kit provides
and then,
2,000 calories a day to keep your energy up. Order your emergency food kits today by going to mypatriotsupply.com. Your food ships fast and arrives in unmarked boxes. Listen, there are ways to beat food.
but generally more the doctorates are like the clinical degrees, and then the PhDs are more the research academia. Yeah, kind of
Go to
career progression. So,
mypatriotsupply.com right now.
a lot of overlap between the two programs, between the clinical doctorate and then academic PhD.
Saturdays at 11 a.m. on 630 KHOW. Learn how you can earn a full-time income as a short-term trader. That's the Trading Group Show. Saturdays at 11 a.m. The question line is 888-646-8787.
Do you have a car taking up space in your garage? Not enough cash taking up space in your wallet? It's time to sell your car to the sharpest rides. With
The
every
sharpest
vehicle
ride.
sold, You can make a donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital. Call 303-934-3410 today.
This report is sponsored by the Mark Moth Show podcast.
The heat continues for your Wednesday. Temperatures stay right around 94 degrees, well above average. Lots of sunshine to go around and just a touch of a breeze, 15 to 20 miles per hour. I'm Fox 31.
The thing is, I feel like you always see those sharp
Two titans in the finance space just combine forces.
Yeah, like exactly. That is kind of funny.
Helping you navigate the decentralized
Like, I love the classic license plate cars, but it's like a 1980 Granada, just some, like a Pinto, absolutely no value, but it's classic.
Right.
That's because they can't pass emissions. All right, 303-713-8255. Hey, don't forget, you can reach us at any time at help@troubleshooter.com, and we'll reach back out to you. And our phone number, 303-MARTINO, works when we're on and off the air. Suze, did I tell you to get, are you working to get Courtney on?
Yes, I've sent him a message. I'm waiting to hear back.
Courtney Pierce, Buy and Build, we need to come on. I want to give Jeff some information. Eli's with us from, I should call him Dr. Fark. Eli Fark. Now tell me, Eli, as a PhD and a PT, I know, I'm not going to tell you what my neurosurgeon told me, but I'll give you a hint. It's going to put his kids through college. What do you think the exercise he hates the most? Or two of them?
You know, I'd probably say the first exercise he's going to tell you to get rid of is a crunch.
Oh, yes! That's that. Yeah. How'd you know that? Because you're the crunch. And Mark, remember, I was doing 1,400.
Why?
Doing 14. I was up to 1,400. And why? We're going to talk about it, but another one he doesn't like. Maybe you can't guess, but he said there's certain repetitive motions the spine is not meant to do. Yes, they do it, but you're not meant to do it repetitively. You know, think about, some people don't like this from a biblical perspective. When I say cavemen, I don't care, but just say antique man. I mean, when they never did these repetitive motions. Here's what he said keeps his kids in college. Crunches. Kettlebells. He says these morons that are in front of an exercise class swinging this giant kettlebell from above their head down between their legs and back up again, why would you ever do that? He says you're begging for problems. Do you like kettlebells?
I think it's just like anything else where, if you do it right, it's right. If you do it wrong, it's
But
wrong.
have you seen people swinging those weights over their head and down between their legs like that?
Yeah.
Now, there is a way to do it by not bending over, keeping your back straight, and using your squat. You know what I'm saying? But no one does that. And the other one, he says, let's see, twisting. These twist machines where there's nothing wrong with twisting, but to go on these vigorous machines and go side to side and do hundreds of reps on twisting.
Yeah, generally what they'll say is...
Oh, you got to get way closer to the mic. See where I am?
Yeah.
And, and you can move the mic to where you need it. It moves really well, so I don't want you to be uncomfortable. Yeah, go ahead.
So generally what they'll say is, the bigger the movement pattern, the faster the movement pattern, the more gross, the larger the movement pattern, the more margin for error. So as soon as people get into these movement patterns where they're trying to go head to toe, they're trying to go all the way from one side to the other, and then they're adding in the resistance to that, they're just adding in more room for that exercise to go poorly.
And by the way, I wasn't asking you, and this is great, to agree with me or not, because I love your perspective, and everyone has different opinions, but there's a school of thought that running, I had an orthopedic doctor tell me this, not a neurosurgeon, that running, there's a host of problems with runners, a host of problems. Cardiovascularly, that might be a great exercise, but they say it absolutely pounds your hips and your knees, your ankles, and that's another thing they say they see repeatedly are runners.
Yeah, at the end of the day, our bodies aren't designed to do just one activity over and over and over again. So, running is as a part of a multimodal program is a great activity. It's good for cardiovascular. It's good for bone health. It's good for muscle endurance. If it's all you do, you're going to
or if you do too much of it, much of it, and then most people, because I was doing research on how do I get out of pain, how do I stay out of pain, and I kind of I do something called the thread of truth. That means that while a host of people will disagree on things, there's always a thread through all of them that they agree on, right? Like, I'll give you an example in medicine, high blood pressure. I mean, you can have people that disagree with everything in the world, but they agree that high blood pressure is bad. Do you know what I'm saying? So there's very seldom things everyone agree on. But let's talk about this. They say that swimming is great. Cycling is good. You know, provided, of course, your bike structure, you know, you're not too far over or too far up. But, and then what else? What I was going to ask you, what do you love for back health and pain health, anti-pain?
You know, at the end of the day, having a variety of activities, but really coming back to activities which strengthen the core muscles and do so in a sustainable way. The core is so important, right? Correct. You know, and again, at the end of the day, if you do one activity, even if you do the right activity, if you do it too often, too frequently, with too aggressive of a nature, it's going to become problematic. So developing that good core stability and then having an activity program that moves you in different ways, that's agreeable with the structure of your body, and that ultimately sustains whatever improvements you're trying to make with your strengthening program.
I want to ask one question. What do people do wrong mostly in their lives? Mostly. What, if there's anything most people do wrong?
I think the nature of our day-to-day is that we try to correct a full day of incorrect postures with 10 minutes of right exercise. And so people think that if they do, you know, go for a run in the evening, it's going to make up for the fact that they sat around all day.
If you simply sit right, stand right, walk right, it can help you.
Yeah, you make it more of a way of life. You make it more implemented into the way that you perform your day-to-day activities. And that way you stay ahead of it as opposed to trying to play catch-up at the end of every day.
Devin, who was your predecessor there, and another PT, he went back home, and he said, keep that arch in your back when you're walking and stand up straight, shoulders back. I mean, he was telling me that. Let me go to the phones because I have a million things we could talk about, but we will. And if you have any questions for Eli, it's 303-713-TALK or 303-MARTINO. Let me get to the phones because I really want to help you, okay? Now, let's talk about this solar issue with Steve. Steve, go ahead.
Hey, Tom, how you doing?
Good.
I have a problem with a solar company that has done an installation on my home.
Did you do a solar system in your home?
Yes, I did.
Okay, who did you ultimately end up using?
I ended up using a company called Ecology Solar.
And how did you find Ecology?
I really don't remember. This has been going on so long. I
okay, that's fine.
So
did the system get installed? Go ahead or finish that.
Okay. There is like a clearinghouse where you can go and put your name in, and they then recommend a number of different solar companies who give you a call, and then you set up.
Is the system installed right now?
Have a proposal done.
Is the system on right now?
Yeah, and so they were one of those companies.
How much?
$40,000.
Is that 40 net to you after credit, or 40 minus? Then you minus the credit.
That would be what I was going to pay them, and then I would get the rebates after that.
Okay, so it would be less than that once you get the rebates. But I have a quick question. Are you calling about the quality of the system?
Yes and no.
All right, tell your story.
Okay. So I had 5 proposals given to me. I've listened to you enough. I know to go out and get a number of bids, which I did. And I chose Ecology because, for one thing, they recommended, and this was 100% their recommendation, to use Generac equipment. And I'm familiar with Generac. That's
you don't have to get into the side story. So they recommended Generac. Did that turn out to be a bad recommendation?
Yes, it has.
What did you get that was Generac?
Well, say that again.
What components are Generac?
The inverter there's a emergency cutoff switch, and also their battery backup system.
Okay, gotcha.
Or the Generac components, and then on the solar panels themselves, which there are 22.
Wait,
solar
are they
panels.
Generac? I didn't know they made them. Do they make solar panels?
I don't think they are Generac solar panels, but they have what are called PV links.
All right, here's what I need to know. What's the problem today?
The inverter.
Sum up the problem. What can we do for you?
Well, the problem is that, well, I want to give you the whole story here.
Okay, I want you to do that, but first I want you to start with the problem and go backwards like a mystery movie. Go ahead.
The problem is the system has not worked. The longest it has gone without what I call tripping an error code. In other words, a red light on the inverter box.
System has not worked consistently, right?
That's the absolute longest. And I've got, these are all logged in with Generac.
I got
system.
The system's intermittent.
Exactly how many error codes they've
and I'm going to ask a few other questions before you want to give me background that I don't even know if necessary. But Generac, the equipment is problematic, intermittent at best, and I need to know this. Is the company acknowledging there's a problem, or are they saying there's no problem, or tell me that part?
Which company? Ecology
or
Generac?
Ecology.
Ecology is, they absolutely acknowledge the problem, but they're blaming Generac for the problem.
And is Generac's warranty the problem you're having now?
No. Generac is not. They have replaced any of the components that they viewed that could be causing the problem. Generac has been really good about this. I finally gave up trying to do this through Ecology and talked to Generac's tech support directly, and they've been very helpful.
All right. So, Steve, if you have to sum it up, is Generac replacing components? Are they now blaming Ecology for installation? Just tell me. I got to get to the essence of it.
Okay. What Generac is saying is they can see online there are certain problems that they say are installation related.
Okay.
And to get to the real problem, I have asked for 3 weeks, well, multiple times, but the last 3 weeks, I have asked Ecology to come out. I've made 3 requests, and they say they are not coming out anymore. And I have a warranty.
Okay, hold on. Just hold on. Hold on. They're saying they're not coming out because they have no problem with installation, and it's Generac's problem. Is that right?
No. They're saying they are not. I had.
Why are they not
March
coming out?
9th,
That's the only part I need right now.
withheld
Steve, why are they not coming out?
Because I have paid them $36,000 of the $40,000, and I have withheld $4,000 until the system will operate more than 2 weeks without.
Okay. Hold on then. Hold on. You got a good point. Hang on.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
And in fact, when you stop the story, they start over. I can tell you so much about human nature from doing this show. It's wonderful.
Yeah. It's funny that your doc mentioned the kettlebell too. You know, it's
What's that?
Oh, it's just funny how you mentioned the kettlebell as well, because I mean that's really the people are trying to go back to this like Stone Age, with everyone trying to do these ninja warrior things and obstacle courses, and everyone's trying to get back to like kind of this archaic level of activity for the rationale that the people who lived in the Stone Age were so healthy and lived so prosperous, by and large. But
they all died at 30.
Yeah, right. But from a musculoskeletal standpoint, like they could do quite a bit. But the issue is that
hold on, so I'm going to do a spot here.
Match that.
Exterior.
Genesis Total Exteriors for stucco. Did you know they do stucco? Let me tell you why. I have stucco repair I need. They're going to go around the house and do what I need to fix it. They can also install stucco. They can fix both real stucco and artificial stucco, that drive-it system. They're good people. And, of course, they do roofing and gutters and painting and regular siding and windows and doors and fences and decks and painting. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. I've known Mark Szymanski for many years. You can trust him. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. 303-679-8509. Now let's talk about a simple retirement plan. It is very simple and conservative. Somebody emailed me the other day and said, Tom, what do you think about it? And I says it does what it says, and it's safe and conservative, and it can't hurt you. What am I talking about? Become the banker. Now that's a name given to the strategy. The product is life insurance. But let me stop you. It's not regular life insurance. It's a mutual company where you own part of the company, and you on purpose pay more than your premium. And that extra money builds cash value that the government says you can grow tax-free. Other people call it tax-deferred, but you follow this program, it's tax-free. They show you how to use it through your life and pay yourself back with interest, which shelters even more money. The idea is to have a bundle of money at the end for your retirement. BecomeTheBanker.org for more information.
Are you thinking about selling your home? With Orchard, you can skip the typical headaches and hassles of listing a home and go straight to getting an...
The reason crunches are bad, unnatural movement.
It all has to do with force curves on the spine.
I was told reverse push-ups are good. Oh, no. No, to do a reverse, what is a reverse push-up?
I've never heard of it.
I haven't heard of it in that term.
This is from our smarty pants. Are you sure? This is opposition, real push-up. Eventually, anyway, my wife is what?
Do you want? Is it okay to kill one? Courtney's just not getting back to me.
Ah, come on, Courtney.
How much longer?
We could give him such a good deal.
Well, we'd have to get him out of his first deal first, just so you know.
Get him out of there and send it to Home Depot. Tell me he wants out, but reserve the right to call Jeff back, and I'm gonna text Courtney.
Perfect.
Courtney. Do I spell it? Yeah, here it is. Oh, I think I have a stupid, only his. I don't think I have a cell. Can you send me a cell? Oh, you don't have it either. Okay. Did you call the store? Hey, Mom, could you call? I don't have any special number.
Okay.
I'll give you the number, but it's for who? Buy and build, and just say, please, we're trying to get a hold of Courtney. It's a great opportunity. 303-295-6022. I probably have. Just tell him we're trying to get a hold of him, get him on the show for 5 minutes. It's a great opportunity to push his cabinets and talk about it.
You got it, Mark, or you want me to do it?
Well, I think I got his cell.
Okay.
And send that cell to me when you do. I don't know why I don't have them.
I don't know if it's right. We'll find out.
If it's 6022, it's the store.
No.
Hey, listen, man, is he still in the state? What's going on with Genesis?
It's just a solar company. I mean, you know how the deal works.
But what is going on with it?
Hey, Courtney, Mark Major over at the Martino.
We need you.
Hey, we want you on air real quick. I'm going to have Suzanne call you. Okay?
It's a great plug for cabinets.
It's a good plug. All right, she'll call you right now. Hold on.
Yeah, she doesn't have that number. And send it to both of us, Mark. Good.
Yeah. Let's see.
Well, Mark just talked to him, and he's going to call. You're going to call him on his cell. You didn't have his cell. Mark had it, and he answered. So he may not be in, but he'll talk.
Tell her it's in chat.
It's in chat. And where do I find that, Mark? Up here?
You won't. I'll text it to you. So you have it.
Wait. Let's see. Did you just send it? I might have it. You just sent it.
No. I mean, we're Google chatting. Suzanne.
Oh, okay.
Let's see.
Or I can just open this up and put it. Oh, we don't want to say it online, do we? Okay, hold on. Let me get.
I'm just wondering, why would anybody be against same-sex marriage? If
you want it emailed or
if you're religious, all you have to say the church.
You know what, Mark? You know what? Something. Let me explain something to you. To you. Somebody asked me if I'm against same-sex marriage, and I said yes. I'm also against regular marriage. I'm against all marriage because I don't think the government has a fucking place in marriage, period. Everyone.
Let me ask you one thing. How do you adjudicate?
It's a partnership, bro. It's a partnership.
Right. So partnerships.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
8255. Courtney Pierce, Buy and Build. Oh, I'm so happy I have you on, Courtney. Buyandbuild.net, 560 South LePan. Courtney, I want to tell you a story of woe. And by the way, I told him about my story where I went to a big box store, got a quote for 14 grand on cabinets for my garage, and yours was under 4 grand, and they were put together, delivered to my garage. The most beautiful cabinets. People thought, what a jerk putting beautiful cabinets in his garage. The reason I put beautiful cabinets in my garage is because they were cheaper than laminates at a big box. And that's a true story. We also did it in our laundry room. And so I have this guy on, Jeff, who calls and says, Tom, I'm frustrated. I ordered some cabinets. Guess what? 14 grand in February. It's not for his garage, for his kitchen. With 12 weeks it took. He got them. 19 were damaged. Blah, blah, blah. He wants to get out of the deal. I want to get him out of the deal. But I want you to tell me. Now, how big is your kitchen, Jeff?
So I was just measuring it out. We have roughly 50 feet of actual cabinets.
50 feet. How many boxes? Put it that way. How many boxes?
23 total.
23 boxes. Now, Courtney, of course you can't. But I just want you to tell him what 14 grand could, or what less could get him. If he had 23 boxes and about 50 linear feet, do you say?
That's correct.
Yep.
Yeah.
I don't know what color you're looking at, but I do currently have ice white shaker in stock, ready for immediate pickup. You don't have to wait. You can literally come down and pick them up. Soft closed drawers, soft closed doors, and I would say 22 pieces is going to be somewhere between $6,000 and $7,000.
Wow. How much was Home Depot? Now, 14 grand for laminate. Yeah. Now listen.
And actually, I was mistaken. They are painted wood, so.
Okay. Are they solid wood? Are they solid wood?
They are solid wood. We did pay for the upgrade.
Well, okay, that's good. Now, tell him the quality of your. Let's put it this way. What would he get for 14 grand at Buy and Build?
So what you're getting a cabinet. Well, for 14 grand, you would get your whole kitchen and probably a granite top installed with material. With sink and faucet and all the things.
Yeah, and plumbing fixtures and everything. I mean, you guys do complete jobs, or you can just deliver them. So, realistically, Courtney, what finishes do you have now in stock?
So in stock, all we have is a white shaker. We have actually 2 different white shakers. We have a builder-grade white shaker that's a different color on the interior than it is the exterior. It's a beige on the interior and a white on the exterior, and that is a lower price level. And then we have the ice white shaker also in stock, which is going to be white on the inside, white on the outside. Everything is soft closed drawers, soft closed doors.
Yeah, but those are really upscale, nice cabinets. Now, what about your wood?
A-grade plywood size.
What about the ones like I bought, the wooden ones? How long would it take to get those, or can you get them?
So they're about 2 to 3 weeks out when you get the other colors, and they're going to be the same, quality. They're going to have solid wood fronts, plywood sides, A-grade plywood. Sides, and they're delivered to my shop usually within 2 weeks, but sometimes 3 weeks, depending upon freight and.
Now listen, what we're talking about, Jeff, when he talks about plywood boxes, that's what you want, by the way. We're not talking about like builder grade plywood. We're talking about good plywood, furniture grade, and we're talking also no warping, none of that crap, and then the solid wood fronts. And he's talking about, I don't know how to explain it unless. Do you have samples he can look at there?
Absolutely. We have a full showroom with kitchens set up, installed with granite, backsplash, and sinks. It's a lot different than my old showroom. Tom, you need to come visit the new one.
What's that?
You need to come visit the new showroom.
We do. Oh, no, you're right, Courtney. You're right. Because I used to do my commercials saying a big, ugly warehouse, and I said low on frills, but big on thrills. But right now, it's not a big, ugly warehouse.
It's a showroom. Yeah.
It's a big, pretty warehouse. And it's 560 South LePan. And you know what? I am going to get over there. I promise you. And Jeff, you got to get over there. We're going to work on getting you out of this deal. But thanks, Courtney.
That'd be great.
Courtney, I appreciate your time, man. And Courtney, by the way, buyandbuild.net, 303-295-6022. No, I'm not being paid for this. Yes, I paid for my
cabinets. It's a real deal. Now, he is a sponsor, by the way, but this is the real deal. I use them.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
I-25 traffic is delayed in the Castle Rock area from an earlier crash northbound after Founders Parkway.
Seems like there are plenty of times we've called Colorado Pain Care when they're not here for different stuff people calling about.
Tom, we should have asked that guy if he paid with a credit card.
Well, we have somebody at Home Depot that'll undo the deal,
So,
but I know
Tom,
what you're saying.
What I was saying about marriage is that it's you're right, it's a partnership, but every partnership has legal obligations, right?
That's exactly right. And you know what? There are partnerships that have a partnership agreement. And why can't we, hold on, why do I need a license to have a partnership with a person? Why the fuck do I need a license? I'll tell you why. Because the government reached into the Bible and said, we're going to control this thing called marriage. Because guess what? Nowhere else in literature, nowhere else is marriage even mentioned, ever. It's not even mentioned. Let's talk about theliquidloan.com from Affordable Interest Mortgage.
It's a 30-year line of credit, simple interest only. What does that mean? It means when you buy a house or refinance your house, you're paying simple interest only. You don't pay all the interest up front. If you're only going to stay there a couple years, it's incredible. You keep your payments low, and you don't bother trying to pay principal. But you can, let's say you change your mind, put $1,000, $10,000 down, put whatever you want down. Okay, now let's say a few weeks later, a few months later, you need money. You borrow it back. You get what I'm saying? It's liquid. You can borrow it. You can pay it back all day long. And then another feature. You know the regular money you keep in your bank for bills and stuff or even savings? It earns the same amount of interest exactly as your loan, which means you pay that much less interest on your mortgage. You've never seen anything like it. TheLiquidLoan.com. Only from Affordable Interest Mortgage. Talk to Kurt over there, 720-895-0500. Blake Harris Law. Blake Harris is a law firm that will help you with anything to do with estate law. Now, don't think estate law has to be complicated. You might need a simple will, maybe a trust, a power of attorney, a payable on death certificate for a bank account, whatever it is you need, or even an immediate need, you can call for free answers at 833-ASK-BLAKE. And when you call 833-ASK-BLAKE, no charge, he'll answer. Then, if you decide to use him, he quotes his prices up front. 833-ASK-BLAKE. We love public adjusters. And Paragon Services is one of the ones we love, like, well, one of the only ones. Matt Stanford is a great guy. And he's on the referral list at referrallist.com. You know, Mark was told that he was only going to get, how much was that, Suze? $800 or some crazy amount of money or no damage.
Right.
What did Matt get? 80 grand?
80 grand, Tom.
Matt got him in. Now, let me explain something. Your insurance companies, I hate to say this, never will treat you fairly out of the gate for a settlement on your house for any damage. You need to get what you have coming to you fairly. And that's what a public adjuster does, and they only take a small percentage of the extra money. Paragon, 719-726-0020, 719-726-0020. The 719 number, don't let it trick you. He serves the entire Front Range. Paragon Services, and you can find him at referrallist.com.
At Trex, we believe that a deck is meant to be enjoyed with the people.
By the way, because you want to put it on the server, right? Is that why you're?
Yeah, I'm playing with it. Let's keep it like that.
But you're going to have the attorney go over it?
No, I'm going to send it to them.
It's a wonderful version I have, though.
Yeah, but I might have a new way to.
But Mark, I don't like the back and forth thing.
It's a different way.
Good. Okay.
I got to test it though.
I'll send it to you.
Yeah. Stephanie Thomas was good, by the way.
What's that?
Stephanie Thomas was good.
Oh, yeah. I loved it.
Hey, Mark, was that lady
what did I, there was a new tagline I used. I love it. The complete package. I love it.
The lady that you did the move for yesterday?
Yeah, she was actually all right, man.
Really?
Yeah, I felt bad for her.
Was it just a couple of boxes?
It was more than a couple, but it wasn't bad.
Is she a nice lady or is she nuts?
No, she was nice.
Or she could be both.
What did you say about her, though?
She
you
wanted-
could see you said you could tell she could be a handful. If
Yeah,
you
I can tell.
But Mark, that was really nice of you to do that.
She definitely has a traumatic brain injury.
But that's
so
really
she's good, and then she goes a little funky. And I think she was giving them way too much shit over shit.
I know.
But you
I felt really bad for her.
She got her check from that lady, Suze?
Yeah, check, everything was
Oh, good.
Oh, I didn't. I sat in the car. He left me in a hot car like he wanted to kill me.
Like a dog.
But you do know you can roll the windows down, don't you, Suze?
Oh, I used my app to start the car. I was like, does he took the keys? And I was like, okay, he's only going to be a minute. 20 minutes later, I'm
Right.
like, oh my God, I feel like a
God, I
dying
hate when
dog.
Stephanie runs out and does something like that.
What
But
time is your appointment tomorrow?
Which one?
With Corey.
I don't know. I don't know if it's morning or afternoon yet.
okay, what am I getting? Oh, the contract. You know, I opened a bank account for my fund. You know, let me just explain something. Now opening a bank account for business, they treat you like you're a criminal, and you got to prove you're innocent. Yeah.
That's what you should have went to A and B.
You know why? I wanted. Yeah, I got a couple of.
You have such a good relationship there. That's all.
I know.
They do whatever the fuck I want.
And they're online.
Yeah, they do
Which bank
anything
you
we
open?
want.
First Bank, because Stephanie has good access. And
But you could just call over there and they'll do it. You could email them whatever.
I've never had a problem with First Bank. I've been a customer since I moved to Denver.
They used to be Colorado something, right? Colorado Bank.
do you want a PDF and a Word doc? You want
Yeah,
both?
send me both actually.
Okay.
I don't know which one.
If you make changes, I want to know about them.
If I make changes, I'll let you know about them. But I'm also going to send them over to.
The attorney.
Yeah, Kami. Oh, and get ready for your phone to blow up soon. They're getting ready to write the nasty gram over to the.
Oh. They haven't done that yet?
No, and it's kind of our fault.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. I'm going through all of these calls. Now, Steve, with the solar issue, we haven't forgotten about you. And then we have another solar. Dave, I haven't forgotten about you. Anyway, so let's talk to Steve again. And Steve, right now, the situation is you're caught in the middle. Is that right?
To a certain extent, yeah, Tom, I am. I made a proposal to Ecology because I wanted to get them out here, and I said, look, I'll pay you the final balance if you'll get the system up and operating and have it operating without any problems for 30 days, and I'll release the check to you. I've had the check sitting on my desk since March 9th. That's how long we've been dealing with these error problems. And I even, scanned it and sent it to Ecology so they can see.
I understand both of you. I understand why you're not paying, and I understand why they think you're not going to pay. But I agree with you, and I think something has to be done to address this. And I was going to give it to Deputy Smarty Pants to call over there.
You know what he should do, Smarty Pants? I'm sure you're listening. Maybe you agree to hold the check and then transfer it after 30 days for him. Maybe they'd feel comfortable with that. He could work as the in-between.
Yeah, that's fine. I have no problem with that. I just want this thing operating. It's kind of like buying a new car off the showroom and then having to take it into the shop every 2 weeks.
Yeah, but the difference is you already paid for that car. You didn't leave with it unpaid for.
Well, I paid $36,000 for this.
I get you. I'm just saying that analogy. You own the car at that point, and you paid for it.
Right, but I just want something that I can rely on.
I get you. So here's what we're going to do. Suze, let's give this to Deputy Smarty Pants to get past this deadlock.
So the solar's getting crazy because you have the solar company, whoever sells you the system, then you have the labor that installs it, then you also have the manufacturer of everything. It's not like dealing with Walmart, if you will, one company. It's to the point now in that industry, everybody's multiple companies. And then on top of that, who do you have? You have the power company that's got to sign off and make sure everything's cool.
You know, and in the solar business, we better bring this out. The entire industry is going this way. Very seldom do you have people that go and sell it, and then those people go back to the office and process it, get the equipment, and install it.
None.
Yeah, that's right. The solar industry has turned into people who sell the system. Now, that doesn't mean they're bad people. Many of those people do the heat loss calculations and the electric calculations, and they do the load calculations, and they also make recommendations, and they know what they're doing. They're not
Some
just
of them actually design the system.
That's right. And then they have another company, a mother company, that comes in and installs it and controls it. And then you have components within that mother company where, like in this case with this guy, it was Generac. It could be whoever has the component guarantees. So you're dealing with the sales arm, you're dealing with the installation arm, and then you're dealing with the factories for each and every component. 3 major parties involved in all solar transactions.
And then, once again, the power company.
Yeah, of
I'm
course.
surprised they're not in Florida.
Yeah, so here's the deal. You have to make sure that the sales company is in communication with the solar company, and the solar company has a good relationship with the components so they can get through these deadlocks like we're having here. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
I just told Suzanne to get him on. I have no idea.
Got to. I mean, what the frick is still happening with this? Is this the same guy?
Yeah, let me look at the last email I sent Mark Monday.
This guy has been unhappy. So, I'm sorry, we were talking about marriage. So the government, the government took a church thing. It was only recognized by the church. No government in history sanctioned marriage. None. Until the New World.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, it's no different than a contract you and Mark have in a partnership.
But I don't have to get advance approval and a license, and
that's true.
They have no jurisdiction over it unless there's a conflict.
Right.
Well, that's not marriage.
Okay, but all I'm saying is the way it is now, the way it is progressed now, there's no reason why two adults can't have the same contract that
That's exactly right. But I'm saying the government, it wouldn't even be an issue, but why should the government have to pass a fucking law saying it's okay?
But that, you're never going to undo that because
you know what?
That's hundreds of years of Western culture.
So people who don't want that, here's why they don't want it. The government went into religion. It's the only place marriage is, listen, I don't care what you say, it's the only place it's mentioned. And in that book where it's mentioned, it's also defined. It's not that I don't give a shit if people, I don't care what you marry or who you marry. But that book has a term and a definition. And the government went in and took it out. And so people are saying, okay, you took our definition.
Oh, I thought she just associated. I didn't know she was
want to change it. I mean,
all I'm saying is, there's two things. If you get married,
sister better watch out before she gets her ass kicked.
It's a
that shit sounds crazy.
That's what I'm trying to think of.
It's a contract.
It's a contract.
God
the church doesn't have to accept it. That's all I'm saying. There's a difference between a marriage contract.
I never said it did, but the government shouldn't either. The government should not require.
But that's hundreds.
In fact, here's what's funny. The fucking government doesn't even require a contract. What the government says is, you need our permission to enter into a partnership, but we're not going to define the terms and conditions of the partnership.
Right.
Well, in regular partnerships, there's partnership law in the absence of an agreement.
And there's marital law.
No, there isn't. There's no marital law.
In some states, but
there's common law. I don't know of any statutes that regard marriage.
No, there's some states where if you cheat on someone, you can get less money and shit. That shit does exist.
Well, I'm saying
I don't know of any actual statute like that, Mark. I know that there's corporate. I don't know. Find me a statute.
No,
Maybe there is,
but the
I
church,
don't know of any actual.
The synagogue, or mosque does not have to recognize the union. The Catholic Church can say you are excommunicated if you have a gay marriage. So there's a difference between secular and religious acceptance of marriage.
And I'm saying the church nor the government should be involved.
Okay.
It's
well,
not a church thing, and it's not a government thing.
Well, the church can do whatever they want.
Marriage in the Bible was never at a church.
No, but the point is, it's hundreds of years of Western culture.
It's hundreds of years. All I'm saying, Doc, is I am not in favor of marriage. Period.
I understand, but if you're going to have heterosexual marriage, there's no reason to have that you can't have homosexual marriages.
I am saying
that's all.
That it doesn't fucking matter. You can just say you're married and live with somebody. Listen, you Tom, don't need to get this'll blow you away. Listen to this. South Dakota. Why do people even care if the government sanctions it? Why do they even care?
Because if you're in a relationship and you break up, how do you deal with marital assets and children?
In South Dakota, in South Dakota, you can actually, it's called Alienation of Affection. These laws allow a married person who was cheated on to sue the other man or woman for whom their partner had an affair with. That's not, okay, but it doesn't say it's illegal to have there's no statute that governs the behavior. In Mississippi, you have a right to sue, Mark. That's different. There's no law regarding that the actual structure and behavior in a marriage. There's none.
No, the only reason is for when the marriage dissolves, how you deal with property and children.
There's no law. There's no
Cheaters
in Illinois can face up to a year in jail.
Well, that's different.
And a $2,500 fine. A fucking year in jail.
For cheating on your
For
spouse?
cheating on your spouse.
But Tom, there are laws. In Colorado, it's a community property state.
But there is no law that says how property is divided.
It does. It's 50-50.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
In a community property
No,
state?
it's not. Look it up.
I'm asking
It
you.
is not.
Oh, my
It
God.
is
Oklahoma, adultery is a felony, punishable by 5 years in prison.
Wow.
Get the fuck out of here.
Wow. Now listen.
I bet they're that kind of shit that's on the books,
But it's never
but
enforced.
never enforced.
Just like it's you can't kiss your wife on a
Right, on
certain
Tuesday
day.
if you've had
But
fish for
listen,
dinner.
as far as you'd be surprised how little there is about divorce law. It's mostly common law, or it's a judge deciding after the fact what the terms and conditions are. I mean, community property. You won't find a statute that
There's
says
a lot of IRS
all assets are divided 50-50. You won't find it. You won't find it. Child support, the closest they came to is with child support with this formula. But even with that formula, a judge has the discretion to disregard it.
Okay.
I've always been baffled on how the state requires a license and has this control over who gets married and who doesn't, and then has no other. They leave it up to you. It's crazy shit. I don't think.
What about marriage?
Why should anyone need a fucking license?
What about marriage within families?
Look, you can't.
I don't know what are there statutes on that?
Yes,
I don't know.
yes. You can't marry your sister.
Yeah, I mean.
But what does that have to do with gay marriage?
No.
No, but he's saying that there is a rule there.
I'm just saying.
I don't think most people know to not do that or to do it.
So you can't marry.
It's kind of fucked up.
You can't marry your brother.
Actually,
it's okay to marry your sister.
Actually, the truth is, I don't think there should be a no.
I know.
Well, I think it fucks up the gene pool.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
but then it'll snuff itself out. But I don't think it's a government's job to tell you who you can marry and who you can't.
I agree.
Yeah,
Tom,
you can't even with dogs. I mean, you'll never find a breeder that's breeding.
Tom,
But
I agree with you 100%.
The government should never be in marriage. Period.
But since they are, you can't discriminate between a hetero and a homosexual union. That's all I'm saying.
Who is discriminating?
No one is.
Oh, no, if they want to get rid of the same-sex marriage condition.
Who wants to get rid of that?
A lot of the Republicans.
I don't think that would ever happen.
I don't either.
I think you could argue that the Constitution, unlike the abortion stuff, doesn't actually define a man and a woman.
No,
it doesn't say man and a woman.
No, it's equal protection under the law, under the 14th Amendment.
See, first of all,
ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. And this hour brought to you by waterpros.net. I'm telling you, you will never get a better water system for a lower price, whether it's a whole house under $2,000 or a drinking fountain where you will have drinking water to your heart's content, and that's under $1,000 fully installed. Waterpros.net. I have the systems. I love them. All right, 303-713-8255. We have Colorado Pain Care with us. Eli Fark is a PhD physical therapist, PT. Now, that is a lot of training for a physical therapist, and I also don't know who can call themselves a physical therapist. I know there are a lot of personal trainers that call themselves not necessarily PT. I don't know if they call themselves that, but they offer to help you after injury and surgery, and I don't know where that line is drawn. As a physical therapist, what does that mean? What does that mean? Is that an actual licensed designation?
Yeah, it is a license, yeah, and it's so it's under the Department of Regulatory Agencies in Colorado.
So it is a
it's
real
medical license.
specialty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
And it is kind of like a medical license or a healthcare license.
Correct.
Like a nurse would have one, a nurse practitioner, a physician's assistant, a physical therapist. What about personal training?
So personal training is a certification.
So that's not, you don't have to be a PT, a physical therapist, to be a personal trainer.
Correct.
But you can be a personal trainer. How? Do you have to have special training? Do you know?
So there's usually credentialing, but it's through more of like a certification process
It's like
as opposed
to
a
self-policing thing?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Because I guess you'd agree there are physical therapists, there are personal trainers that know what they're doing and some that don't. I mean, that's what's bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as far as do's and don'ts and all of that, I think a lot of people, as you say, they just don't take care of themselves, their posture, their body, or they do wrong exercises. What about nutrition? Have you ever run across that as a PT?
Yeah, certainly it's a question we get asked a lot as it pertains to people's function, as it pertains to people's pain. As far as specific nutritional recommendations, it's not necessarily in our scope of practice to recommend a specific diet plan per se.
Right.
However, there are a lot of schools of thought in terms of anti-inflammatory diets and diets that help with increasing collagen intake for connective tissue strength and muscle strength and these sorts of things.
How about supplements?
At the end of the day, it's really kind of going through a dietitian. However, you really look at, we should be able to get the majority of the nutrients that we need to function on a day-to-day basis through a well-balanced diet.
That would be wonderful if we could. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
It would be. Now, when people come to you, though, obesity has to be an issue.
Correct.
I mean, I'm not talking about body shaming and this new term now. I hope it doesn't turn into, it's okay if I'm a fat slob and it's killing my organs and my back and my bones and my joints. It's not okay. Okay. And while I love people and I love Izzo and I love everyone, it's not body shaming to say this is unhealthy.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. So somebody comes in, I'll bet you weight has a lot to do with bad joints and backs.
Yeah, but I think oftentimes it's a tough cycle that people get into. So, whether it's lifestyle that creates the obesity or whether it's
or the pain.
Yeah, so you get into pain and it makes it hard to exercise and be active, and so a lot of the general population, as well as specifically for our patients, the issue is that it's not a lack of understanding the effects of obesity on their pain, but the pain itself is preventing them from moving. So it puts them in this cycle where they can't.
It's a cycle, as they call it, a vicious cycle, where then they become heavier and they become more painful, and it's an all-around thing. But a good physical therapist, I don't think, would have a problem saying, if you take off some weight, it will help tremendously.
Yeah. And I think you just have to do that in a way that's also offering a solution for how they might do that. If you just,
of course,
if
you don't say come back when you lose weight, you can't do that. Obviously.
Correct. But if you're able to offer an effective solution for how they're able to get more active, improve their nutrition, improve their activities, and subsequently lose weight, that's definitely a conversation we have. But it's really meeting people where they're at. We treat across the spectrum, and for some people it's easier said than done. But just making sure we're meeting people where they're at, and finding a way to address their problem in a way that's sustainable given their whole picture.
Thank you. ColoradoPainCare.com, 303-GOT-PAIN. Now let's talk to Erica. Erica, what's going on with you, Erica?
Hi.
What's
Todd.
happening?
How are you?
What's going on, Erica?
So yeah, I am. First of all, thank you so much. I'm super excited. Also a little nervous. So.
Okay, well, we'll take it one
okay?
step at a time. It's always easier that way. So what's going on?
All right. So I hired Brian Williams off of Thumbtack about a year ago, so August 2021, to do a service panel upgrade.
So you found this person on Thumbtack?
Yeah.
And what's the name of the person of the person?
His name is Brian Williams.
Brian Williams. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
His company is called the Denver Electrician. He had some good reviews. I had him over. I don't know. I usually go with character, and he seemed to be okay. So I hired him to do a service panel upgrade.
Is that the actual name of his company, the Denver Electrician?
Yes.
Man, that's a smart name for SEO and all of
right?
that. Yeah. So anyway, what's going on? What's going on with him?
Well, I paid him. Okay, so I hired him to do the service panel upgrade. He quoted me $3,600, including pulling a permit. Essentially, November, he did the job. Admittedly, it was an amateur thing, but I paid him. At
so
that
he
time.
completed the job.
Technically, he did, but he never pulled a permit. And Excel can't come in and hook up the new service because I'm trying to split out.
So right now you have no service.
I have service. I have my old service still connected, but I don't have the new service connected.
So did he plan on doing that? You were gonna put. I don't get it. He was gonna just switch over at the last. So he built the entire new panel, but the old panel is still there.
Yeah. Exactly. So as soon as Excel comes out to run the new service line after the inspection is approved, then he was going to reconnect it.
Did Excel say we will not do it?
No, everything's approved by Excel. They're just waiting for the inspection to be uploaded, which can't be done until a permit's pulled.
Well, I get it. Why don't you pull the permit as a homeowner?
I mean, I guess technically I could.
Well, of course you can. Why, if you pull it, then they'll come out and inspect it, tell you what's wrong with it.
But here's one reason, I think, is because if she pulls the permit and...
It makes me liable for everything, and I have to take a test.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. I mean, let's put it this way. That's not the part I'm concerned with. If you pull the permit, they're going to tell you what needs to be fixed.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this electrician licensed?
No. Well, he's an apprentice. He has an expired license.
Well, then how did he do the work? Have him arrested. How did he do the work? No, I'm serious. He took money. He's a fraud.
Yeah.
He's a fraud.
But we're assuming you didn't do the job right. We don't know. Let's say you did it perfectly.
No, I actually had 10 other electricians come out and assess the situation. Every single one of them told me it was not done to code. It's super dangerous. I should report him. One of them told me about you.
Well, then how much to fix it? Let's go there. How much did these electricians say to fix it?
No one's quoted me less than like $4,000 to $5,000 to fix. So basically, I'm paying double for what
What was his original price again? $3-something, and I've never heard of a panel for less than $8.
Did you pay him anything yet? Did you say?
Yeah, I already paid him. I paid him in full on Venmo. I paid him $3,900 because he charged me. He forgot to put in a lever bypass, and then Excel came out and told them that they need to do that. We had to wait like 6 months for that to come in. So then when he came to
well, I don't need the whole story. You paid $3,900. Okay, got it. Yeah. Now, he completed the job, but it needs to be redone. Is what you're saying?
Basically, it needs to be completely redone. Nothing salvageable.
I don't know if that's true because a lot of electricians could lie to you to get money. Well, I want to make sure we got to make sure that's true.
There's got to be value in every breaker, the panel itself. What do the parts cost?
Yeah, like in other words, I want someone honest to get. Although I'll tell you what'll happen, Mark.
Father, I think it's father and daughter. Let me look it up. Hold on.
A lot of electricians won't use the stuff that's there because they have to take responsibility.
What area are you in?
Denver. Sloan's Lake.
Hey, what does this guy say? Let's get back to that. You said, hey, you didn't have a license. Did you know he didn't? Did you know he did not have a license?
I was an amateur and I didn't go on door and check it. So
Wait,
no, I didn't realize.
did you pick him because he was the lowest price?
No, I picked him because I thought I trusted his. I don't know. Like sometimes I get a good feeling for people, and I had a good feeling, and I was completely wrong, and that's why I just went on like vibe basically, and it was completely amateur move. But can I tell you? I would really like to tell you this one piece though.
Go ahead.
He completely ghosts me, strings me along, tells me he's got a friend of a friend that's going to pull a permit, et cetera, et cetera. Then he tells me his wife died, and I find out he's lying, and she's actively posting on Facebook. And he's literally like
a miracle. Well, the guy's a meathead. We get it. Call up. Listen, Integrity Electric. Just type that in referral list. They'll do a free estimate, and then also Williams and Sons Electric. They'll give you a free estimate and a second opinion, and then we can see how upside down you really are.
Yeah, let's find that out.
I actually I saw Williams and Son on your site. I've already had them. Williams and Son has already been out here.
They have been, and they're the ones
I have a quote from them.
And they're the ones that quoted you how much?
I got to pull up the exact email.
Why don't you send me that email of their quote? I'm going to reach out to them and figure out how much it would be if this guy never walked into your life.
Right. Williams and Son. Let me see. Just trying to find.
Just hold on and give it to us when you find it. Hold on. What we need to do is get this. We need to talk to someone who's looked at it. Williams and Son is on our referral list. Yep. They looked at it. Let's get Williams and Son on the air to talk.
And we'll get a true evaluation.
Yeah, and we'll see if any of that stuff is salvageable. And then we need to get this guy in the sleaze brigade. I don't know what else to say. I mean, this guy must be exposed. If what she is saying is true, we have to expose him. Where is this guy? Well, no, I'll come right back to you. Hold on.
Research shows listeners don't like it when ads interrupt their music. So to help you remember that Liberty Mutual customizes home insurance, we made this ad optional. If you want to skip this ad...
Is Dave the same guy that's been complaining over and over?
Yes, here's the deal.
It's the only one we have a complaint about as far as the solar, right, or not?
That's still lingering. And now I understand what's going on.
I love Excel Roofing for so many reasons. It's a great company.
To begin with, an owner that knows ethics and honesty. He won't take a cent until you're content. We're talking about excelroofing.com. Excel as in excellent, E-X-C-E-L, excelroofing.com. They do full and complete estimates and contracts in writing with every detail. Why? Because they want you to be fully informed when you talk to your insurance. They don't make secret deals with your insurance adjusters behind your back and then get the job done just to get the job done. Nope. They want to make sure you get what you need so you can trust them. They never force you into a contract to look at your roof. And they never hold you to a long-term contract if you change your mind. No penalty clauses. The way it should be. They stand alone in the roofing business for these reasons, along with, of course, a repair crew, so they can stand up to their warranties. 303-761-6400, excelroofing.com. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies. I'm actually using them. I'm in communication with them, Zooms with them. They're helping me figure out what to do with my retirement. You see, having a retirement plan isn't planning your retirement. It just means you're squirreling money away. But what do you do with the money? How do you just draw it down like a bank account? Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies will look at all of your retirement planning and say, okay, you need this, you need that, you need this, you don't need this. They save you money, they help you avoid duplication, and they give you advice on creating income for life. I couldn't do it without them. I'm serious. When you talk to them, you'll find out what they do. rpcenter.com. That's 970-663-3211, and they'll meet with you. They'll come to you, and they'll show you every time how they save you money and whatever fees are involved. You agree to everything up front before anything is done. rpcenter.com, 970-663-3211. While we're on the topic of finances, what about the liquid loan? Think about that. If you need money to buy a home or you're refinancing, consider the liquid loan. It's a 30-year line of credit. So the principal amount, you can choose to make just interest payments, or you can pay principal. If you pay both, you'll pay off faster than a regular loan and pay less interest than a regular loan. If you pay just interest, your payments will be lower than a regular loan, and that's what you should do if you're only keeping your house 5 years or less. Now, if you decide to keep your house, you can pay the principal down. You can pay it any time you want, by any amount you want, and if you need the money back, you can borrow it. And listen to this, whatever other money you have in savings, that you keep in a checking account, whatever, they will pay you the same interest as your mortgage, which offsets the interest on your loan. You can't do better than theliquidloan.com, only from affordable interest mortgage. 720-895-0500.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textplan.us. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages.
I'm finally pulling the trigger on it. So I'm going to end up with a line of credit at 1.3.
Oh, you're going to do the liquid?
Yeah.
Good.
I'm going to have
you should have chimed in. Okay.
I'm going to have a line of credit at 1.3, and they didn't want me to pay it off, so we're going to owe $100,000.
You have to get it for the first 6 months. Right.
And you know why? So they get paid. That's why that happens. That's the only reason.
Yeah. I considered it too.
But so listen, I get a 1.3 line, which is
simple
20%. No, I didn't want to pay for 2 appraisals.
I know. So you go. That's what I was
just
doing.
Went to 1.5
you have to go
1.7.
I think you have to be under 1.5.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So we'll do one appraisal. That'll be over.
Right.
But I'll cap the line of credit.
Right.
In other words, I don't want to pay for 2 appraisals.
Right. I get it.
So I'll have a 1.2 line of credit.
Right.
And the interest-only payment at the current mortgage of $100,000, interest only, is like $400. No, less than that. $300. So right now our mortgage payment, because we're...
What lien does it show on your house? I
don't know, because I'm not done yet.
I was thinking of getting it just to have a lien on the house.
I'm thinking it just for the line of credit if I need it. The fucking Tesla coming in, right now their interest rates, Tesla, if I don't pay cash for it, it's fucking higher than...
Oh, are you going to get that one? Are you going to get it?
Oh, I'm definitely getting them.
Oh,
yes.
fuck. Well, you should have gotten the Plaid. It's a little more.
I'll fucking get killed.
You know what?
I don't need a car that fucking goes 1.9.
Stephanie hates. She doesn't want a Tesla. I don't need one, but
I bet when we get ours, take ours and take her out, she'll fucking love it.
No, she doesn't. I took her out and my son.
That's a whole different fucking car, man.
It's a beautiful little car.
What are you
I
getting?
know they're beautiful, but you're comparing.
He's getting an
a
ass.
completely different.
And
deal.
I remember that Plaid that I had.
Yeah, well.
Okay. Well,
but
that
you
Plaid.
didn't get the Plaid.
Well, it was delivered, but I gave up the deposit.
Right.
We're gonna keep the Santa Fe too, so we'll have 3 cars. We'll have the kids out of the fucking house, and I got a 3-car garage. Plus we got the big garage.
But I was thinking of the Tesla. I would just love it.
I bet you if you took it, you're just gonna have to try it and take her out. She's gonna love it.
I love it already.
I know you do. I'm talking Stephanie.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Garage Magic for your garage floors, GarageMagic.com. Full lifetime warranty, and they use all employees, no subs, and they serve the entire Front Range. GarageMagic.com, 720-600-HOME. Okay, so let's keep going. We have a comment from Paul on the electrician, the Denver electrician, who sounds like the Denver crook. Go ahead, Paul. What's your comment?
Well, first off, I haven't heard, maybe I missed it, whether or not there's a written contract and what the clauses are in the contract. We don't know whether this guy actually truly stipulated that he was going to be responsible for the permit. That's number one. But even if he did, if he's not a master electrician, forget about a journeyman. If he's not a master electrician, he can't take money for the job.
And he already did, right?
Yeah. So I think that she just needs to get a couple of estimates from legitimate master electrician companies and go to small claims court. It's within the limit, and sue them for whatever it takes to make it right. And that'll be the end of it. And he'll be, Dora can do whatever they want with him. He's not really under their purview. Well, if he is an apprentice, he'll have an apprentice number at Dora. So, and they could cancel, they'll wipe out his apprentice license. And
wait a minute. That's easily said. But are you saying truly, I mean, you're telling me that if someone truly puts in a complaint, they're going to look into it, not only look into it, but they're going to take away his license? Come on. You really believe? Yeah, I've never heard the state taking action, actually.
Absolutely. As an apprentice electrician has certain obligations. And then as an apprentice, they have to be an apprentice to someone. And then that company can be contacted.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's call them, the authorities, or let's ask her if she did it. Good suggestion. Did you, Erica, the Denver electrician, did you report him to authorities?
So I was about to report him. I've kind of been doing this in stages. I reported him to Thumbtack. I called you. I have the link to Dora. I talked to them. They want me to report him, but their website was down, so I have an email out with them. But yeah, that's next.
Good.
And do you have expired.
Do you have a phone number for this guy? I want Deputy Doc to call him.
Yeah, I do.
All right, hold on. Doc, get that number. Let's talk to Dave. He has a complaint against Genesis Solar, who is a sponsor on the show. Mark does solar, Genesis Solar. He also does Genesis Total Exteriors. Dave, have we talked to you in the past?
No, I've only talked with Mark Major by email.
Okay, because we've had, Mark, what if you had to sum up the previous problems? I only know of one other.
It took Mark forever.
Wasn't there another guy on the air one time complaining about Genesis Solar? I remember one.
I think we've had two, but Dave here, it took forever to get it done. Now it's finally done, but in the interim, when the service was not up and running, the solar company said that they would reimburse him for the electric bills. One of the people at whatever company it is, I can't remember. So that's where we're at right now. He's not getting that reimbursement.
How long has it been completed?
No, my system's still not working.
That part I didn't know.
Worked.
Your system...
My system has never worked.
Okay, when you say never worked, let's take it one step at a time. Has it been completed?
It's on the roof, but it's not working.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, I
paid for it up front over a year.
I'm asking if all components are installed.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, why isn't it working? Does it have to be hooked up by Excel? Why isn't it working?
No, it's not my electric company. They made the switch in one day. As soon as it passed regional building, they came out and installed the meter one day later.
Okay, so it passed. Then why is it not working?
Because the installation company is a bunch of morons.
Okay, but what I mean is, it passed, though. I need to know why it's not working. Give me a reason it's not working.
Done?
Is there a component not working, or is something incomplete?
They forgot to... The installation company hasn't put on the production meter.
Hasn't put on the production meter. Okay, I'm not familiar with it. So
I'm not familiar with it either. But,
so who told you that? Who told you they have not put on the production meter?
The installation company.
Wait, so the installation company said they did not put on a part, and did you say, well, then put it on?
Right, yeah, they're supposed to be coming out to put it on, but I'm just letting you know that, this whole process with Genesis over a year.
It shouldn't take over a year. I don't get it. Did it take over a year for the installation itself? Did they start and drag it out for a year, or they didn't start it?
I paid for this in August. They tried to come out in January and install it, And then they finally came out in May and installed it, and I've been waiting and waiting for them to get it to pass regional building because it
Okay,
didn't pass
gotcha.
the
So
wind
you
load,
paid
didn't pass
for it.
the snow
You
load.
paid for it in August of 2021 or 2021, and then finally installed in 2022. What month?
I think it was
May. Did you say?
April or May. Yep.
Okay, May. Okay, and so when it was finally installed, did they install the whole thing and get it done, or did they give?
Well, they installed it, but it wouldn't pass regional building because it wouldn't pass the snow load and the wind load test.
But then they fixed that.
Yeah, they fixed that. But
Okay,
here we
and when
are,
did that?
August.
When did it finally pass regional building?
July.
Not
18th.
long ago.
July 18th, it passed regional building. My electric company came in and installed the meter July 19th. Apparently, there's a production meter that they have to install.
So,
They forgot to do
was
and
it?
they're
Do
coming
you
back.
have Excel or someone else? You say electric company.
San Isabel Electric Company.
Who is it?
San Isabel Electric Company.
Okay, so the meter has been installed by the power company, right?
Yep.
Oh, that's okay. And so now you're still waiting on the installation company, right?
Correct.
Hey, Dave, is
Okay.
that are you
Now,
dealing
Suze-
with that Justin guy on that?
And he's referring me back to Titan Solar. He says he can't do anything. So
All right.
it's all.
By the way, Titan
Everyone's
Solar,
pointing fingers at everybody
Titan
else.
Solar does a lot of installations for most of the people in the area. Suze, you have a comment from Mark Szymanski. We're going to do that right after this.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Traffic moving well on I-25 now between C-470 and I-70, and if you're further north
And
of
that
I-70,
must have been a different guy if Dave just said he was never on the air. What I'm not getting is who Justin is. If Justin doesn't work for Titan and he doesn't work for Szymanski, who the hell is Justin?
You know, this is the problem with these companies doing sales for another
Currently,
company.
it's
They have no
87.
fucking control over that. You got Paragon Services.
Yeah, I got it.
Why don't you do both?
Who's the other one?
John Fuller. And it's a 30.
You sure?
Are you sure Fuller is a 30? It's 60.
Put Fuller's number up for me. I got it. You're good.
Thank you.
Paragon Services, you know, I just talked to Matt this morning. You got to check this out. There is actually a class action going on. He's a public adjuster, by the way. But there is a class action case going on right now with the Boulder fires. If you were affected by these fires and you were underinsured or your company is simply not paying what you need to rebuild, you got to call Matt with Paragon Services and get the details.
1-9-726-0020. Any help with any homeowner's claim or any commercial property claim. 719-726-0020. It's important you call Matt up. He's a public adjuster. He got me $70,000 when my company said I should get nothing. Give Matt a call. You can also find him at referrallist.com. I want to tell you about John Fuller. You know, Suzanne and I were coming back from Sam's Club, and this lady T-boned us while she was yelling at her kids. Every airbag went off. Suzanne ended up with a broken nose, a hurt back, a hurt neck. It was horrible. In fact, she was doing rehab for over a year. Soon as everything calmed down, a couple days later, you know who we called? John Fuller. He walked us through this accident like you couldn't believe. He was basically like the quarterback, telling us what to do, and sometimes, more importantly, what not to do. Like, don't talk to the other insurance company. He held our hands through it, and you know what? He got us the max limit that policy allowed. He got us every cent of insurance the other driver actually had. And we were so happy. About a year after that, our daughter got rear-ended on I-25, totaled her car. She ended up with some problems. Guess who we called? John Fuller. Same exact scenario. He held his hand through it. I don't just talk about John because I do advertising for him. I talk about John because he's a friend of mine, and he'll be a friend of yours, and he'll fight for you more than any attorney out there. Give John a call if you've been injured in an accident or have any questions. 303-597-4500, 303-597-4500.
Did you know that you do not have to tear out your entire kitchen in order to have a brand new look? Really? Hi, Dan Cicchini, Done Right Kitchens. You'll save big over total kitchen replacement with our unique quarter-inch cabinet resurfacing process. Choose from our solid hardwood options or modern solid colors with our Duraline synthetics. Todd?
You bet, Dad. We'll build all new doors and drawer fronts with many styles to choose from, add new hardware, and if you wish, top it off with new custom-built counters. And how about adding a gorgeous new floor? Voila! A brand new luxurious look in your kitchen, having saved thousands. And you've not gone through the complications of a complete kitchen tear-out.
Right on, Todd. Folks, call and check us out. Book your kitchen now for select install dates, and you'll enjoy a 12% savings. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Can you imagine an office where you can have all of your complex dental needs taken care of in one location? Dr. Barrett's with Barrett's Dental here. If you're looking for a dental office where you'll feel safe and won't be judged, then you need to call Barrett's Dental. With our extensive skills, we can solve all of your dental problems in one safe location. Because we do it without referring you from doctor to doctor, we can get you healthy, change your smile and your life in a fraction of the time of other offices. If you're scared, feel hopeless, or endlessly frustrated by your dental problems, we can help you. We can help you chew normally and eat the foods you love again, laugh and smile freely again. We can help you get your life back. At Barrett's Dental, we're good.
It said SaferNet. This is great for you. You can't get better than this for a commercial. I'm sending this to you. Who is it? It's just a listener that got their ass saved by SaferNet, and they put it perfectly.
Oh, I love it. I get what you're saying. Okay, cool.
It's a testimony.
Yeah, cool. Let me get Courtney's. Let me get this into Courtney's. I do have his goddamn email. Why did I not think I had it?
No, phone number you said.
No, his mobile. Is it? Never mind, I'll find it.
I sent it to you.
Yeah, 61. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Yeah, I do have. I don't know why I thought I did. Okay, I got to thank you, Marcus. Let me see here. So what made you decide to still get the Tesla? Because you weren't last time I talked. Mark. I love it, man.
Okay, because I want it. I mean, fuck it. I can actually sell it no matter what. I can literally sell it the day I get it if I want to for more money. So it's like, what am I fucking stupid? And we happened to be in a Tesla going to the burger battle not long ago.
Whose was it?
It was a fucking Uber driver, and it was a little Model 3 like Bonnie's, and I was just very impressed by that.
Model 3 cost me $57.
They're more, well, they can even be more than that. But you know what the guy
He's
told me?
got the dual motor. What?
He told me. He goes. You think you like this? When your S comes in, you're never going to get out of it.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303.
Don't up. Make sure you're not underinsured. That's important because so many people can't rebuild after a major loss if you're underinsured, and so many people are. Or make sure you're not paying too much. 303-996-9000. It's a free, no obligation insurance checkup. 303-996-9000. All right, now, so Dave is very frustrated with Genesis Solar. By the way, Genesis, I think, also uses Titan. I'm not sure, but I think he does. Anyway, there's a trend. There's a trend in the industry where a lot of companies are using the same installer, but they should still be responsible to the consumer and babysit the project. I will tell you that Genesis, we've only had, that I know of, one other complaint, and it was
Serious
similar.
complaint.
And it was similar. It just couldn't get the last thing done to get it online. It was almost, that's why I thought Dave had talked to me before on the air. So, it's a very simple issue, but it's very frustrating. He paid in August of 2021, finally installed in May. I mean, we're talking, okay, May of 2022. It passed in July. Power company installed the meter. Now, waiting for Titan to finish. Okay, so, Suze, what did, Dave, you're here. So, what did Mark say about it? Why didn't he come on the air?
He's out of town right now.
Okay.
And he sent me a couple of things. So let me tell you, Tom. First, he says, his system is working and he has received $250 and we're working on getting more for him. And I said, okay.
What do you mean his system is working?
Well, that's why I said, okay, well, he says his system has never worked. He says, I was told it was working. I'm messaging Titan now. Then he says, Titan is a huge company and they are struggling with help like everyone else. Jobs have been getting missed and not finished. So he is on it with Titan to get this handled.
But he acknowledges they're short employees. A lot of things are being delayed. He also said he thought the system was working. Now, Dave, you're absolutely positive nothing's working on your system, right?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Never working.
Okay, I got you. And then what? And he said, what else?
My deal is I paid electric bills for this past year.
They already said they're going to get you that back, and I'll fight for that big time.
Yeah,
for you,
you'll
man.
get the money,
even
Dave.
if we got to squeeze Mark to cough it up instead of Titan.
No, you're gonna get paid, Dave. You're gonna get paid that money. But what does he mean so far? You got $250. Did you get any money?
They gave me a $250 gift card because I've been on them and.
Well, that's not for
do.
all the electricity, though. Right? That's not what they're.
No, they said that's all we can do. We don't.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Who said that's all they can do?
Alexis Romero with Titan Solar. She says that
and
we don't reimburse people.
Who promised you to reimburse your electricity?
A guy by the name of Justin Nasab.
And is he with Titan?
He's with SVG Solar.
Who's that? I'm confused.
I have no idea.
Mark.
But he called me and said...
No clue.
Will he acknowledge that he said...
I've been dealing with 40 different people throughout this process.
All right, hold on. I need to know the name of this other solar company that you dealt with. You're saying Justin. Justin.
My contract, yeah.
With...
My contract is with Titan Solar.
I get it. Justin is with who?
He's with SVG Solar.
SC, like Sam, Charlie?
Sam Victor George.
Sam Victor George. Thank you. SVC Solar. And what did he do with your system? Where does he come in?
No idea.
Maybe they subbed to him because they were short. I don't know. And you have a contact. Do you have a number for Justin over at SVC?
I do.
Okay, hold on. Suze, can we get a hold of Justin over there at SVC Solar? Just see if he can talk about this, because apparently he promised that David would get his electricity reimbursed.
I thought that cat worked for Titan. I mean, what is this other company?
Well, we don't know. That's what we're going to find out. And it's too bad Mark's out of town right now, but we'll find out.
How many people?
Look, that's what the solar industry has become. It's become a sales arm, and it's become an installation arm. And I think the installation arm is probably doing subcontracting.
Oh, boy.
I think that's the problem.
I bet you're right. I bet Titan subbed this SVC out, and then this guy was making promises that he has nothing to do with.
I hope not. And I hope we can prove it so we can force them. Here's the deal. We're on it. Hold on, Dave. 303-713-TALK is our number. Now, we have Colorado Pain Care. Eli's with us. He is a physical therapist there at doctorate level. And somebody wants to know about orthotics. Are they ever recommended? Are they needed? Some people say that they walk wrong and that's leading to lower back pain. They were told they need an orthotic. I don't know who they were told by, but do orthotics play a part in long-term care or physical therapy? Do you know?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
You know, just like anything else, there's a case-by-case basis. But when you look at just global mechanics, when people are moving, the amount of force it's called a ground reaction force. So when you strike the ground with your foot, there's an amount of force that enters your body system through that ground contact. Your foot is the first structure that controls against that force and mitigates that force from traveling up into the rest of the body. So if you don't get good force mitigation of that ground reaction force through the foot, it travels up.
And orthotics can do that, can help.
They can. So if your foot is either over flexible or too rigid, it affects your ability to absorb that ground reaction force. At the end of the day, the orthotic is best suited for a foot with a flexible deformity.
Okay, can you tell, or is that a specialist? Who determines that? Orthopedic docs, or would it be a podiatrist?
Yeah, maybe a podiatrist.
I don't know. What do you think? I mean,
yeah. So typically the need for an orthotic is pretty easy to assess with someone's walking pattern. Now, I would say 70 to 80% of people are probably going to be okay with something over the counter.
Okay.
But for those who don't respond to an over-the-counter orthotic, then yes, a podiatrist or an orthotist.
Because there are a lot of commercials I used to hear for those.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, it's kind of one of those modalities. It's almost like bracing, where if you try it and it helps, keep going with it. If you try it, it doesn't help, either discontinue it or try something else.
Yeah, but it's hard if they're charging, like some of these places charge anywhere from $800 to $1,400, and then over the counter that to me looks exactly the same, they're costing like $34. I don't know. I mean, I have a personal suspicion that they're overpriced. I mean, really, that the doctors, the podiatrists are overcharging.
I've seen ones, these machines in Walmart. They're Dr. Scholl's. I think they're $100.
You stand on it.
Yeah, and it does all kinds of measurements, and then it basically prints out a shoe or whatever, or an orthotic. Orthotic, but it
goes in the bottom of your shoe.
It's still $100 at Walmart.
I have orthotics sitting in my closet that I just don't. I feel like I'm coming out of my shoe. I don't like them, but I was told I needed one because I walk on the outside of my feet. You can tell by sometimes some of the heels will be worn. What does that mean? That means that I'm probably putting undue stress somewhere, right? I mean,
yeah. So generally, kind of our normal walking pattern is we hit on the outside of our heel, but we push off of the inside of our foot. So there's that progression from the outside of the foot to the inside of the foot as you go through a gait cycle. So for those individuals who stay on the outside of the foot, they stay in what's called a supinated foot, which is a more rigid foot position and doesn't absorb the force as well.
More coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
An excellent drive in the area right now. I-25 traffic.
Say
pretty
a half
much up
hour.
to.
By the time I get home, my feet are so fucking sore. They're like kind of locked up, and they hurt like hell for only when I'm walking for 10 minutes. It's almost like I got to break my feet back in. I mean, is that just normal?
I would say it's just normal. I mean, it can happen, but
it happens every time. There's no.
Like, what's the shoe that you're playing in?
Racquetball, they're called pythons.
And do your feet hurt at all when you're in the shoe itself, or just
No,
when you're done and you get out of
The only thing is some of that constant stop and go.
When it's done. And it's always, when I say they hurt, it only hurts right here.
So that's more of like an Achilles tendonitis.
Both sides.
Yeah, so that's more of like
okay, guys.
Achilles.
Visit Allstate.com or call an agent for a quote today.
Ideal Home Loans is making you a cash
buyer.
buyer.
So you can compete in this market. Let me explain how it works. You apply to Ideal to buy a house, or to get a loan for purchase money. And with approved credit, they're going to actually put a contract in your name for cash if you find a house before the loan's ready. And you don't have to wait, and you become a cash buyer. No contingencies. In fact, because they're a mortgage banker, they're putting their name up and their strength. So there's no contingencies. That is an incredible deal only from idealhomeloans.com. Now, of course, they can handle your regular refinancing as well. Idealhomeloans.com, 303-867-7000. All right, it's called Become the Banker, and what is it? It's a retirement plan. It's a safe, conservative one. You can put as little or as much away as you want, and it grows tax-free if you follow the program. Tax-free. That's right, and it also has a life insurance component, but that's not the purpose. The purpose is the cash-free account. Now, you borrow from that if you want to buy something. You can actually buy a car with it if you have enough in there, and you pay yourself back a ridiculous amount of interest on purpose in order to shelter that money too. The more you shelter through your life, the better, the less you use credit cards. And in retirement, that money becomes your retirement plan tax-free. No, it's not too good to be true. You need to find out more at becomethebanker.org.
Hi, this is David Nesta's granddaughter, Maria.
There's been a couple college players that have died
himself, right?
Getting hit with the baseball.
And
I don't know
why
about
did he leave the
pro.
Rolling Stones?
There's actually been NFL players that have died on the field. I don't remember if it's game or if it was practice. I wonder if anybody's ever died in tennis.
Probably been some heart attacks out there.
You know, the best exercise, though.
Hi, Justin. My name is Suzanne Major with the Tom Martino Troubleshooter Show here in Denver on iHeart and 6:30 a.m. KHOW. I guess we are a consumer advocacy show, and we have a gentleman calling with a solar issue, and somehow you're in the mix of all of this. His name is Dave Gemmel. 719-821-3380 is his phone number. He says you guys have been texting back and forth about getting reimbursed for some electrical bills since his solar system hasn't been working. We were just hoping to get a comment on that. If you could give us a call back, 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. Thank you.
Brian Jones. Sorry. Brian Jones. I don't know why. He left in 68.
He was. Brian Williams was not rock and roll.
Yeah, and he is that one. I don't know why Brian Jones left. And also Ian Stewart left. That's weird.
With no drugs, no steroids, and no surgery. The great thing about our therapies, there isn't any downtime. There's no side effects. So patients.
Of course, Mick and Keith Richards were there the entire time.
Yeah, even
After Keith Richards died, they kept him.
Right.
He looks dead.
Oh,
He's 78. And have you seen Mick Jagger recently dancing and doing a concert, and he's fucking 80? I mean, this guy is incredible.
He is.
God almighty.
Well, he's thin as a rail.
Yeah, but, you know, he didn't live a very good life as far as taking care of himself. And that son of a bitch, he's 79.
Well, he's so thin because
still moves.
Because he did so much cocaine.
He's been clean a long time. No, he's been clean a long time. But he was a mad scientist. Jeez. Do you know he had a band before the Rolling Stones?
I did not know that.
No, wait, yes. Or maybe it was just an experiment. That's what it was. It was an experiment called Super.
Doesn't matter. That's not. Oh, Marcus Mumford. Oh, my gosh. But no.
No more sons, huh?
No more sons, just Marcus. I love it. I predicted that, too.
Just the sons would divest.
I mean, it's just a natural sequence of things when they start dropping off the band and
That's
stuff.
probably the worst one lineup I've ever seen.
There's something else with the guys, stuff they don't want you to know. They've got a new book coming out, packed with illustrations. The Except they don't want you to know book is written in the same smart conversational style you love hearing on a podcast. Available on October 11th. Pre-order now at stillfeaturedinthebooks.com or wherever you buy your books. 630 KL at iHeartRadio station.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303 8255. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. We'll do a market analysis of your home for the asking, no obligation. What is an analysis? He'll let you know what it will sell for in today's current climate with the inflation, with the interest rates where they are, and he bases it on actual statistics and not guessing. No gimmicks with Frank. Real results. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Now, what are we doing?
Hey, Tom.
We left Justin a message over at the solar.
You wanted me to call him for Dave and left him a message, but Dave said after he promised the electrical bill reimbursement or something, he then said, sorry, I'm out of it. You got your $250 credit, and this is all up to Titan now.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure how much help he'll
I don't know
need.
what we do with that. That part of it, I don't think we can get involved in. I mean, we don't have anything to prove that they're obligated.
But Mark Szymanski says he's trying to get him more. So
okay, if Mark Szymanski can help him get more, but we can't say you owe him electricity. I mean, we can't say that. But what we can do, guaranteed production. They do once it's completed. What we have to do is make sure the damn system gets completed. There's no excuse after all this time. That's the part we're going to work on. Let's give it to somebody to work on that part of it.
Did you know that you do not have to tear out...
God, this poor guy. So we can cut him loose, but we will work on it.
Okay.
He bought one of my cars.
Okay, Dave, so Tom said to cut you loose. We're going to work on it with Mark Szymanski and make sure you get resolved here. I think Mark was under the impression you were all resolved, so I'm not real sure where that miscommunication was. So I guess we'll be back in touch with you. I said, I guess we will be back in touch with you, and if we're not back in touch with you, Mark will be back in touch with you. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Find out now. 303-920-1622. I received an orthotic from a podiatrist, which was garbage. I paid a discounted price. A year later, I went to a chiropractor. He looked at my lumbar and said, something's wrong with your right leg. The orthotic was way better. I love how they say whatever. I'm not going to do it. What's that? Just the bullshit Trump shit. Well, did you see the Attorney General of New York, what she has said in the past about getting it? She said she's making about Trump. She said she's making it her life's mission. I know.
To get Trump?
Yeah.
No, what I don't like is how they're all saying, "Oh, we pleaded the fifth." So would anybody in the world.
It's like personal.
This probe is separate from the FBI search carried out at his Florida home. Veterans impacted by toxic burn pits.
Catholics was going crazy about that yesterday.
I know. Look, the standard for a search warrant, it wasn't a crime.
Well, I mean, they got a judge to approve the search warrant. So it was legal, but was it politically motivated? Of course it was.
Scientists in Boston reveal more evidence to the importance of a good night's sleep. Midnight, of course, is a relative term. Applies to most people who work a normal 9 to 5 and sleep 8 hours overnight. Researchers in the Department of Neurology at Massachusetts General Hospital changes in brain chemistry in people who stay up late.
After midnight, that negative effect comes into play.
Lee Richardson of the Brain Performance Center in Dallas says.
When we've got that negativity resonating within us, we don't make very good decisions.
In other words, don't stay awake. Tesla CEO Elon Musk has sold $6.9 billion worth of shares in the electric car company. Alex Perez, ABC News.
Like made it public? It's still not public. He just sold.
What's that?
Elon sold a bunch of Tesla shares. That wouldn't make it public in itself.
Well, it's
Wait, have they
public.
not had that?
No, it's public because you.
Or is it public?
It is. My son has a whole bunch of tech. He's made
I
a
have no
fortune
idea.
on Tesla.
Okay, so it's insider then.
You know what he's doing?
Yeah, he's selling his insight. You have.
Oh. I know Eric has a bunch of Tesla stock.
When did you get it?
When?
Yeah.
Along my son is a big Elon Musk fan.
Yeah.
So he bought it years ago.
Huh.
He also named his dog Elon Husky because he has a husky dog.
That's funny.
That's his dog's name.
I guess if Elon makes enough money, he's about to name her dog after him.
Right.
It's actually kind of a clever name, Elon Husky.
We had a boxer named Knockout. So he likes to come up with these.
I didn't realize this. I was just hearing this morning. I didn't realize it was this ownership group, like Lewis Hamilton,
came up with
the Condoleezza Rice, with the Walton group.
Yeah,
and like
you didn't know she was part of it?
I just learned that, and then Lewis Hamilton too, the F1 driver.
Now that I didn't know until today.
Yeah,
he's part of it too.
That's part of it.
The Broncos.
Yeah, and there's one other name. They're all three. It's like I know the other one. It was all. I mean, because obviously there's all the basically what they're saying is there's so much pressure in the NFL right now to increase diversity in ownership.
Right.
But they're basically saying that why am I blanking on the name? The family that had it before. Bowen's. I mean, they had a fiduciary responsibility to sell to the highest bidder, essentially, right? And so
why did they have a fiduciary?
I don't know. I guess
if they're a private company.
Yeah, it was just the story I heard this morning.
Well, the minority partners.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that could be.
Yeah.
But the Wogs are going to make all the decisions.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, of course, they're the majority. If you own 90% and you give 2% to 5 minority owners, the NFL is happy, and you still maintain control of everything.
Mm. It'd be interesting to see if weren't they thinking about like Stapleton, or they were thinking somewhere for more north of Denver.
Oh, you're building a new stadium?
Yeah, were they thinking about moving stuff?
I don't know why. I mean, Vesco Field is pretty new.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think people are going to want to have another bond issue where they build a new stadium.
Yeah.
Because the Vesco Field, whatever they call it now, is still pretty new.
Oh, Power?
Yeah, Power Field.
Yeah.
Still pretty new.
Yeah.
I know that we'll be getting any of my money for a new stadium.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know why. Because it's in a good location. It's not a.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Let them put a roof on it if that's what they want.
Yeah. Is it just that they can't host it? Probably just because they can't host the Super Bowl.
Right. Which only happens once every 20 years anyway.
Right. But I'm sure it's like they want to have the option at their disposal.
So the driver that killed 5 people in LA, she was involved in 13 prior wrecks previous to that.
Oh shit. It's amazing they still have a license. I mean, maybe they didn't have a license at the time.
They probably.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. You can call it 303-713-8255.
8255. You can also call 303-MARTINO 24/7, 303-627-8466. If you leave your number, we'll call you back. And, of course, if you want to text us, 57739. I got a couple texts here. Tom, you have one more group involved with solar. That's the finance company that pays for the whole thing. We talked about the sales arms now. That's what's going on. People are selling solar. Then another company comes in and installs. And then you have another company with the warranties on the components. And then, of course, somebody just said, Tom, you have the finance company also involved, and, of course, then the power company. And then regarding that was for some solar calls we got. Then regarding buy and build kitchen cabinets for so much cheaper than big boxes, we had some guy call, and his laminate order was screwed up with Home Depot. I said, good, we got Courtney on. Courtney said for less than half the price, he could give him better cabinets, way better cabinets. And it says, by the way, buy and build is way better with both selection and quality and price. And they're awesome. That's just a random text. You can text us at 57739. Put Tom there so I know it's for me.
Do you know he does full installation now, too?
Yeah, he does turnkey on everything. That's right. And this hour brought to you by RealCBDThatWorks.com for pain, inflammation, and anxiety in all forms, whether it be oils, chewables, gel caps, or you can do cosmetic line with anti-inflammatory properties. 30% off with Tom and the promo code RealCBDThatWorks.com. Now, by the way, some of the complaints we have gotten regarding solar all had Titan in common. Titan is the major big company that does the installations. And you, Maurice, you have a comment or an issue with Titan? What's the issue?
Yes, sir. Hey, nice to meet you, Tom. I love you guys' show.
Thank you, man. What's going on? What's going on with Titan?
I'm in the same situation with Titan. Titan, they connected my solars, and they merged with a company called Big Dog Solar. Big Dog Solar came in and connected the meters. It ended up passing inspection. My only problem is I'm just waiting for Black Hills to put in a new meter, and I've been waiting since March of this year.
That's the electric company.
So
now
I'm not
that could be
necessarily
that's the electric company issue. So Titan installed it, and Big Dog Solar did what?
They put in like the electrical meters, like to turn the switch on and off. If I'm making sense.
Yeah.
Okay. And then what are you waiting for?
I'm just waiting for Black Hills to come in and put the meter, but they've been giving me the runaround. And like I said, I've been waiting since March of this year.
Well, that's on Black Hills. That's not on the solar company.
No, it's not.
And this is I'm telling you, this is a big problem in the solar industry. And it's it's not. But in this case, that's not Titan's fault. It's not Big Dog's fault. It's so. What does your electric company say they will do?
I can't get a hold of anybody.
Your power
They're trying
company.
to tell me. It's Black Hills in Pueblo, Colorado. Black Hills. They're trying to tell me that I need to talk to Titan, and Titan needs to enforce it on Black Hills. But
wait a minute. Black Hills told you to call Titan so Titan can pressure Black Hills?
Yes, sir.
Well, does that make any sense to you? You're calling Black Hills, and they're saying, oh, you should call Titan so they can call us.
Right.
Well, wait a minute. Maurice, did you happen to ask what they mean by that? It makes no sense.
Well, I guess there's a certain code that they have to go by. Once they get that code, they'll have Black Hills come out.
Okay, so are they saying they have not received a code from Titan?
Exactly.
Well, when you call Titan and you say that Black Hills is waiting for a code, what do they say?
Titan says that Black Hills have gotten the code. They're just waiting for an inspector to come out and inspect the whole solar system and to put the new meter in.
Who needs to do that?
Black Hills. Everything else is done. It's just I'm waiting on Black Hills. That's the problem.
But Black Hills tells you it's Titan's problem.
Yep, exactly.
Who did you talk to at Black Hills specifically? Because this is hard to believe.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Tom. I don't remember her name.
Well, you get me a name and a number and call us back. I'm telling you, this doesn't make sense. Get me a name and a number and call us back, because I just can't believe that somebody would say that it, you know, without giving you an explanation. We will call Black Hills. You get me a contact.
I can take care of that.
Yeah, you get us a contact. Deputy Doc will call. Okay, 303-713-8255. Martin or Marty. Let's talk to Marty. Marty, what's going on?
Yeah, I got I got a letter in the mail the other day stating that from Denver, the Colorado Department of Revenue, stating that they had intercepted $750 from a tax return, money that was owed to me, and applied it to a Denver County judicial.
That's right.
And,
that means you owe money. Yeah, no. Listen, the Tabor refunds that are going out are being intercepted for all kinds of reasons: child support, parking tickets, failure to appear fines, contempt, child support. All kinds of things. So, what I need to ask you, Marty, what specifically did they say yours was being withheld for?
Well, the letter just states that it's being held for fines or restitution, and gave me a phone number to call. I called.
Okay, restitution for what?
That's all the letter says, is just fines, fees, or restitution for a judicial.
Okay.
Judicial services.
Have you ever been sued or convicted or a judgment or anything where money was owed?
I did have a case back in 2008.
That's what it is.
Way back in 2008, but I had went to.
Then that's what it
prison
is.
for that.
What's that?
I went to prison for that.
Well, that doesn't matter. You still owe the money if you were ordered to pay restitution. My God, how long were you in prison, Marty?
I did a total of 5 years that time.
Wow. What was that for, though? What kind of crime?
I went to prison for embezzlement.
Okay, that's exactly what's going on. You were ordered to pay restitution. Prison does not negate restitution.
However, where I have a problem is that the government sends us these checks to help us because of the whole pandemic, the COVID pandemic.
No, you're right. No, it's not because, it has nothing to do with the pandemic. And it has nothing to do with helping you. Now, listen, I don't dislike Governor Jared Polis, but he was misleading in how he presented this. He made it sound like his administration was paying back Coloradans and all that. And it's part of a law. They had no choice. If they pull in an excess amount of taxes, they're required by the Tabor law to refund it to taxpayers. And what they decided to do that was a little different, that he can take credit for, is in addition to refunding 2021, he went ahead and also predicted there would be a refund for 2022. And that's what they're doing. That refund is maybe a little over the line he did for people. But what I'd like to know from you is, you feel you're entitled to it because it has nothing to do with the pandemic. And I understand your reasoning, thinking it's supposed to help us out. But, Marty, how much restitution was ordered in your case? Do you remember?
It was $2,087.
That's all? And from embezzlement? How much were you accused of embezzling?
Over $500,000.
Okay, may I ask you, you don't mind this, I'm not trying to give you a hard time. Did you stash any, are they accusing you of stashing that money somewhere, or did they recover it?
They recovered a lot of it.
Okay. Why were you only ordered to pay $2,000 if it was over $500,000?
Because they had recovered all of the rest of the monies, and I have no recollection of them being ordered to pay restitution of any kind, because they took the house, they took the boat, they took the motorcycle.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So they recovered property and cash, or just property?
Properties and cash.
Okay, that's why it's $2,000. Those are the court costs.
Okay.
And sorry about that, Marty. I mean, how long you been out of prison?
Oh gosh, since 2014.
Are you doing okay?
Yes, I'm. Everything's good.
That's
Everything's
good.
right now.
You're working and all that?
I was working, but because of the COVID, I got really, really sick. I tested positive for COVID 4 different times, and I just ended up, I had pneumonia, strep throat, now I have polyps on my vocal cords.
Oh, man.
A whole bunch of things happened because of, I got sick, and everything was just a domino effect.
That's
so,
too
no, I'm
bad.
not working. I'm losing my apartment.
Well, what kind of work did you do when you did
I was
work?
a paralegal.
Huh?
I was a paralegal.
Really? Wow.
Yes.
I wonder if you'd be precluded from working in that industry because of your past. Do you find it hard to get work?
I am no longer allowed to work in that industry.
Oh, they told you that.
Work, yeah, I cannot have a checking account. I cannot have cannot work for any place where I have to handle money, have anything to do with money or people's finances.
So, Marty, you said you spent 5 years that time. Did you spend more time in prison before that?
After that, I've done a total of 12 years.
My God! So you just got out then?
And yes, sir.
You're on probation, I take it, or
no,
parole?
No, I finished my parole. I am discharged.
Marty, I wish there was. I mean, you know, here's the deal. I wish there was some way that people really could make a new start, but at the same time, you have to protect people, right? Because they're afraid you might do it again. Why were you sent back to prison?
I was sent back to prison on that case a total of 6 times.
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I
got sent back to prison on that case a total of 6 times.
Oh my God! Why do you keep getting sent back?
I was getting sent back because I got out of prison, went to the halfway house, and I made some poor choices. And
okay, well at least you admit that, Marty. Like I said, I wish we could find you a job. Maybe you want to leave information with Suzanne. Maybe someone will take a chance on something non-economic to help you out. How's that? You know, God, they're just people that
are just in such a bad way. 400 or 500.
I'm a sap. I think I could be taken advantage of because I am
$400,000
a
or $500,000. That's pretty significant embezzlement.
Yeah.
Takes Tom a whole month to earn that.
How much?
500,000. Takes you a month to earn that much.
Call 800-738-9900. That's 800-738-9900.
I love the liquid
because
loan
of how it is structured,
it
no
is
matter what the
structured,
interest
no matter
rates
what the
are,
interest rates
you'll
are,
pay less interest compared to a conventional loan because you pay simple interest. You pay interest on the amount outstanding, and it's a 30-year line of credit. So, of course, the cost of the house is in there, right? And then you can pay that down, but if you need it, you can borrow it back. If you're only going to stay a few years, you pay interest only. If you're going to stay longer, you can decide to pay $1,000 on the principal or $10,000 on the principal, whatever. And then if you need it, you borrow it back. Get it? It's liquid. Here's the other feature I love. Every dime you put in the bank for normal bills and checking earns the same interest, essentially, as your home balance. So it offsets the interest. Man, it's incredible. What you need to do is check it out. TheLiquidLoan.com. Only from Affordable Interest Mortgage, 720-895-0500. So, you know, I had George on the show yesterday, Fix It 24/7, fixmyhome.com, and he explained the Green Bubble Club, and I'm serious. If you ever thought of this, well, you should call them anyway for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, but if you ever thought of being part of a club or a loyalty group, this is a great one. $29 a month. What do you get for that? Priority appointments during prime and busy times, right? Discounted services, and every dime that you pay into this club, you get back every dime with any replacement. So if you have to pay for a replacement, they first credit you every dime you paid in. Plus, you get a visit for the furnace, complete check and clean before the season. You get one for AC. You get a plumbing visit once a year to flush water heaters. You get an electrician once a year to tune up and do smoke detector batteries. Remember, this is all just $29 a month. And, of course, they have the $39 call for you to find any problem if that's what you want. And then they credit you that if you have the work done. 720-526-3939, 720-526-3939. Let's talk about garage coatings. I love them. You know I love them. And one of the companies we endorse is called Garage Kings. They did Mark's RV garage. He loves them. Garage Kings, no money down. And they serve the whole front range. It's impervious to gas and oil and weather. You have beautiful garage floors. You can extend it to your driveway or pool decks or walkways. 720-252-0370. 720-252-0370.
Check with you about you. Are you able to look at your calendar? I was going to get you on the calendar for your next in-studio visit.
Yes.
And
Yes.
you said to check if you're able to look at your dates. So I have the week of the September 19th.
I got it. Okay.
Monday through Thursday.
About
Friday
what, Mark?
Okay.
Or the
Oh,
week
you
of
love it?
September 26th,
What?
but not the 28th. I already had that one filled. And I just wondered, would there be a day you know that would work good for you so I can just schedule you?
Probably he says the 19th to the 26th.
Cash you need today. So it's a home equity loan? No, it's not a loan at all. There's no monthly payments and no interest charges ever. And you can use the money however you want. We were able to redo our kitchen and pay off our credit card debt.
Wow, Jack and I could really use this to finally pay off our old student loan debt. How do I get...
For the amount, I would assume the
Yeah, which do
entire.
you prefer? I have either.
That's.
You prefer
Yeah, but
first
if you
Wednesday
just
or
send the
first
cash
Wednesday?
is, it's literally a check away.
Let's do,
I mean, I know you got cash sitting too, but it's the same shit.
Okay, Wednesday the
This one March.
21st.
You wouldn't
Okay.
have to shuffle.
And did you get my last calendar invite that I
Yes,
sent you guys?
yeah.
Okay, I wasn't
Well,
sure.
I got it through,
that I'm making.
I got it through Glenn.
What is this one? Not my money.
31.
Okay, what is your email?
This one's just Eli.Mark@Colorado.
Okay, I think that's what I sent
Yeah,
you
yeah,
to.
yeah. So I did get this. Actually, that would have been, yeah, 'cause it was paid this day.
Okay. Okay,
That's what it is.
great.
Is that-
I'll send that to you again.
I don't know
Thank
if
you.
that's foolhardy if it's
Yeah,
working
great.
like that, but it has been. Well, that's what I mean. I don't know if that's foolhardy. I don't know because I don't know about it. I don't find that foolhardy though.
I'm going to give you a list of all the, Nathan said he's going to give you all of the trades so you can see what he's doing. Because I want you to be behind it. I mean, Mark, and I don't know how many years now I've been doing it, but anyway, we're 40 days, 45 days from completion.
You should see. So the loan, listen to this, man. I'll put it in basic terms. The rate on the loan.
Yes.
Has nothing. If you want to lock in a rate on it, you can lock in a rate.
5 years.
Well, you can, but just whatever. I wouldn't lock it in for that, but yeah, sure. You can buy down the points.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, why wouldn't you buy down the points?
Because
It's usually 2% of the loan. So if it's $1 million, you're paying $20,000. That's absurd.
per point.
Wait a minute.
For each point, 2 points.
I'm saying,
Okay.
but this product, listen to this.
Yeah, I got you. I'm listening.
It's only on the original amount. It's not on the line of credit. So if you walk in and the whole loan to begin with is $10,000, you're only paying 2% on the $10,000, which locks in the $1.2 million or $1.5 million credit line at the lowest limit.
That's impossible.
That's how it works. Someone did not chat very well with us, but I don't want to get into that.
Now let me
shit
get
now.
this straight. You pay that 10 grand or 20 grand. You buy down 2 points for 20 grand or 10 grand.
No, you're not. No, not even close, man.
Okay. You're buying.
You have two parts of this loan.
Right.
You have the actual mortgage part.
Right.
When you close the day of closing,
Right.
how much you owe.
That's right.
And then you have the
And
line
they
of
make,
credit.
and they make you take 50 grand, right? No. Okay, we need to talk up here. Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-8255.
Welcome to the only show of its kind anywhere in the universe, and I need to know what this is all about, Todd. Rod Stewart, is he still touring? How old is that bastard? How old is Rod? I love him.
Hello?
I'll bet he's 80.
How old is Rod Stewart, man?
Rod Stewart is, I think, 70.
77. I just looked it up.
77.
Yeah, man. So you got concert tickets?
Yes, thanks for taking my call. Yes, on February 28th of this year, I ordered 2 tickets to Rod Stewart and Cheap Trick at the Ball Arena for June 26th. I got notification that it was canceled and rescheduled for August 1st. And this is kind of the embarrassing part. As we approached August 1st, I was looking for, the actual physical tickets only to discover it was August 1st, 2023. And I don't know what I'm going to be doing a year from now, so I've been attempting.
That's pretty bold of Rod Stewart at his age. But anyway, keep going.
Yeah. What if if he didn't make it, I'd probably be easy to get a refund.
No, but seriously, now they really truly postponed it more than a year.
More than a year.
That's crazy.
I know the tickets were transferred to.
But did they give you the option of getting a refund? For goodness sakes.
No. Well, I called Ticketmaster and they said you have to get it from the original.
Wait a minute.
That's boxofficetickets.com.
Oh, you didn't buy.
Oh, you didn't buy from Ticketmaster.
No, I bought it from boxofficetickets.sales.com.
And what were the conditions on that?
I was reading through my paper, and there is no condition.
So what if they postponed it indefinitely? I mean, come on.
It doesn't really matter, Tom, where he got the tickets.
Why?
Because if a show is rescheduled or postponed, there is no refund. If it's canceled, then you get a refund.
I get it, Suze, but if it's rescheduled, it's got to be within reason, for goodness
that's
sake.
with everybody.
Just talking from experience.
I understand that, but okay. What if they reschedule 5 years? Come on, seriously.
Well,
that hasn't happened. That's
no, it
now
hasn't.
You sound like me.
But this is a year and a half, Mark.
We had one 2 years.
You did?
Billie Eilish postponed like 3 times over COVID, and then she finally canceled
Did you see
the
her?
show. No, she canceled, and I got my refund.
Oh.
And then she sold again for Denver. So.
Has she been to Denver?
Yeah, just in March.
Okay.
Well, the frustrating part is I can't get a hold of anybody.
Why don't you just resell them? I mean, just keep them, and then when they do it, I bet you don't have any problems reselling them.
Good idea, Mark.
Well, that's probably an option. I mean, they are pretty good seats.
You might even make a few bucks on them, man.
Yeah. Well, I don't like doing that, but that might be easier than going through all this hassle.
He doesn't like making money. Am I the only one that just heard that?
He's a nice guy.
No,
Listen to that.
I just try to be fair.
How did we? Okay, so no. I think truly it not a bad idea.
Did I miss something on a woman with court cost?
Yes.
What do you mean?
Yes, the woman that went to prison, Tom, and then her tax
so I got
intercepted.
She had the Tabor taken.
So I got an email from a attorney friend of mine, a public defender. She does qualify for a public defender to help her, and I guess she was saying she's not going to be able to get a job in some industry like a paralegal.
Mark,
well, no, she was ordered never to work in the legal or
years.
financial industry.
And what he is saying is that could be part of the decree, but she can get a public defender to help her change that, and she would ask for a public defender under 35B as in boy, if she's listening.
Okay. In other words, to change her status. But there are so many other jobs outside of finances, and who would want her?
The other thing is all the court costs she had.
The $2,000.
If she qualifies for that 35B or a public defender for that first part, most likely they'll waive those court costs.
And she gets her Tabor.
Not restitution, but court costs. I don't know. I didn't hear that.
This is restitution. but it's restitution of court costs.
Yeah, well, okay.
That's what it is, Mark. That's what they
She
called
was a
it.
big thief or something, wasn't she?
It says, almost all court costs and fees and fines can be discretionarily waived in the state of Colorado, except for restitution. I think what they're saying is if you owe somebody else money, not
now,
the court.
I'd like to know who's taking that solar problem. Who did we assign that to for Genesis?
He hung up. Oh, the solar one?
Yeah, is somebody handling that one for...
Well, Mark Szymanski said he's handling it.
Well, didn't we say, okay, and he said he's going to get it done? Well, okay, I mean, I hope this guy knows that we're going to work on it, and maybe Deputy Smarty can help out. We want to get this done. We do. Now, I do have a question for our physical therapist from Colorado Pain Care. He's been kind enough to be here for the show, answering some very good information if you listen to the first few hours, coloradopaincare.com. Okay, so we have Eli with us, and they have doctorate-level physical therapy, which is pretty important. Now, somebody wants to know about, they were told that if they work out on one of these, I don't even know what you call it, these half-ball platforms where you stand on it and you have to balance. What do they call those? Half-ball platforms?
They call them Bosu. Bosu balls a lot.
Bosu, that's a half ball, right?
Yeah, it's round on the
bottom
and then a platform on the top.
And you stand on it and you do like your curls or different exercises. It helps with small twitch muscles and as well as big muscles. What does that mean?
Yeah, so generally we have two different muscle fiber types. So we have fast twitch and slow twitch muscle fibers.
Fast and slow, not big and small. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the fast twitch muscle fibers are more of like our corrective muscles. So when you lose your balance, you make a quick movement, you're using your fast twitch muscle fibers. They fire first, and they help make those micro corrections. So when you're on a Bosu ball and the surface is unstable,
that's a good idea.
Those fast twitch muscle fibers are firing to kind of keep you stable. The larger ones are the ones we use for like postural control. So those are bigger muscle groups. They don't.
So
fire
it does
as fast,
help if you stand on that Bosu and you do some exercises.
It does help because you do work the two muscles together.
How about the ones you sit on?
So those are fine as well. Those are Swiss balls or yoga balls there too. And it's probably a good place to start if you've never been on a Bosu ball before. Make sure you can sit on a Swiss ball before you try and stand on a Bosu ball, or you might end up with more issues than helping. But at the end of the day, you know, it is a higher level balance exercise. So you do want to make sure you have pretty good balance before you pop on a Bosu ball and start to do exercises. But if you have the balance to stand on one and perform some activity while you're on it, it can be beneficial for balance and function.
How many times do people come in and they've been to other doctors, and let's say they've been to other doctors, like 5 other doctors, and other doctors have helped them, but they still have whatever underlying pain. I don't care what it is. I mean, what is the success rate you guys have with cases like that? I mean, honestly, what makes, if someone out there has been to 3 other doctors, how do you convince them, well, you haven't been to us yet?
All right, hold on. We'll talk about that coming right up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon, 630 KHOW, Denver.
There are some clinics that will only do what they do. Yeah. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, no,
that's
no,
what I
that's a big
think.
part of the
I mean, I'm
question.
telling you, if it's acupuncture, they do acupuncture. If it's chiropractic, they do chiropractic. If it's physical therapy, they do physical.
If it's fake stem cells, they do fake stem cells.
I'm surprised though, you guys. That's one thing I never heard. Regenerative.
Are you guys looking at it?
You guys should
We're
look
starting to do
at
it,
stem cells.
but
What?
so we're doing the regeneratives. The hard thing with stem cells is just it's all cash.
Oh,
right now,
yeah, you're right.
So there's
You're right.
no insurance coverage, right? So like.
And to really do it, you need to get the fuck out of the country in some cases.
Yeah, so I mean, even if you're looking at like, so they have like the PRP is like the blood reinjection,
And that's like 90% of that. I mean,
yeah, but even that out of pocket is close to $1,000.
I didn't know insurance didn't pay for PRP.
Shit, did you know that? No, yeah, I did.
I think it depends on.
Hold on. Do you have a will? Has it been updated recently? What about a trust? All of these things need active updating from time to time. And is it complete? You need to talk about your estate plan. And you can do it free of charge with BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK.
They can do it all remotely even. even signing of documents from the comfort of your home or office via Zoom or email or phone. That's BlakeHarrisLaw.com, 833-ASK-BLAKE.
So I'm going to tell you a quick story. I had someone email me and said, hey, Mark, I've been listening to you, and we actually called Matt at Paragon after the fact. And what he was saying was the insurance company came out. They said you got 15 grand worth of damage on your roof. The guy got a new roof, hired a roofer. All that went fine. But 6 months later, he heard me do the commercial for Paragon, and in that particular commercial, I said up to 2 years after the claim, you can even call Matt. So they called him up. They sent him all the documentation. He comes out. He looks at the house. Listen to this. He gets him another $28,000 6 months after the roof was already done because the insurance company left out the other damage the hail did, like some of the siding. So I'm telling you this right now. The insurance company has their adjusters. You need an adjuster on your side, and that's Matt, and that's Paragon Services. 719-726-0020, or check them out on referralist.com.
When you need the very best in dental care, you have got to check out Aspenwood Dental and the Colorado Dental Implant Center. Hey, it's Ross Kaminsky, and I go to Aspenwood Dental. My wife goes to Aspenwood Dental.
Like they did it with a tooth.
Yours was paid for.
Yeah, and it was a very small amount of PRP.
Have you guys heard these ads the big farms putting out now? They're basically they're hitting on Sirius XM like every 30 seconds, man. It's crazy. So here's the bottom line. They're saying if this bill passes, that's going to make
one, Mark?
The bill where basically Medicare will be able to almost set the price on a lot of drugs with Big Pharma. So if it passes, and it looks like it probably will, I mean, it's going to be good for everybody. But so here's what they're saying in these commercials. They're saying, yeah, you might save money now, but why would we possibly spend money on D to cure all these other things if, we have to sell it at cost? We'll have no money for R&D. So even though you think you're saving money now, we could have a cure for cancer in 5 years, but why would we even look into that? That's literally what these ads are saying. And it's crazy.
That transparent.
It's very transparent. And I'm really thinking, how does the average Joe hear that? Because a lot of people, they want to save money now. They're not thinking about 10 years down the road of they get Alzheimer's or whatever it has to be.
Right.
It's just kind of crazy, but the ads are playing everywhere. And they're straight to the point. I was like, wow, it's actually an honest ad to a degree.
Yep. I mean, that's just insurance too. It's, they want to pay for something that's an issue right now, right? They're reactive, right? They don't, with the exception of things like, OB would be one, but, there's not that many aspects of medicine that pay for proactive management of symptoms and conditions, right? So family practice, dentistry, OB. But other than that, it's a lot of reactive payment. And so,
Kaiser is very, the only thing I really like about Kaiser is they give you shit. So I'll walk in and they're like, oh, you're 20 pounds overweight, go see this guy. They're just constantly in your face about shit. So I kind of do like that. And I think they are preventative enough. I think they're smart enough to go, okay, if we can get, people to stop drinking, stop smoking, stop eating too much, stop. If we can get that, because they're their own healthcare and own insurance, they actually are lowering their own cost over time. I think they're very smart in that manner. But I think that's coming from the insurance side of Kaiser.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and just the difference between a completely managed, HMO essentially versus a commercial payer.
Yeah.
Some
of the drawbacks, though, is if someone is in the Kaiser system like we are, we've been in it for 20, 30 years. They'll never send us to you. We'd never get. And now they'd send us. Well, I don't know that for sure. You guys might deal with Kaiser.
We do, but there's just a huge the back office legwork of it.
It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
If you want to get outside their system, it's very hard.
Yeah.
Now, if you're outside their system, like in a state where it's not, and you have coverage in a state that there is, then it's actually easy to go to a different provider.
Right.
I mean, you got to jump through some hoops as a member and make sure you get it authorized, but that's kind of easy. When we were in Hawaii, that happened.
I found that the docs at Kaiser are very well qualified. It's the paperwork getting to them that's difficult.
Here's the deal with
it. Once you get to see the docs, they are
the docs are
really
great,
good,
but they're
Tom
Martino here,
303-713-8255. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. When it comes to that kind of stuff, the roofing and the gutters and the siding and the stucco and the decks and the painting and all of that stuff, Genesis is the specialist. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. That means if you have a storm and you have all of these things you need to put on one invoice, you have one company to deal with, GenesisTotalExteriors.com. All right, let's keep going here. And Paul's got another comment on Denver Electrician. Now, Paul called in before with a very useful comment. Denver Electrician, I believe while we're bringing that up, I think that Deputy Doc called on that. Brian Williams, the Denver Electrician, here's what happened. Erica paid $3,900, paid in full. He completed the job, but she is being told by other electricians that it needs to be redone. And he is only an apprentice, not a master. And it's a big problem because the power company or Excel Energy won't hook it up, right?
Well, here's the deal. I spoke to him. He was on a job. He was very willing to talk. If I call him up this evening, he said, I'll give you my side of the story, and we can have a long conversation. So I'm going to hold off.
Well, his first side is, why doesn't he have a permit? Second is, why doesn't he have a master under or above him?
Right.
And third is,
does he ever want to work again?
Yeah, that's what you should ask.
Let's hear what he has to say.
Good. No, we should.
Before we crucify him.
Yeah, we should.
I will call him tonight.
Paul's got another comment on this. Thanks, Deputy Doc. Paul, what is your comment?
Well, as an apprentice electrician, you're required to both have field experience, that is working under ultimately a master electrician with a company.
Yes.
And then you need seat time in the classroom. Now, a huge percentage of the apprentice electricians go through IEC Rocky Mountain Region, IECRN, that's Independent Electrical Contractors Rocky Mountain Region. They are the largest school for to put out the apprentices.
Yeah.
And I suspect if you contact them, they'd be very interested to hear that potentially one of their apprentices is doing work illegally. And
you mentioned. I think didn't you mention that when you called before? Because I agree with you.
Well, I didn't mention the school.
He's saying they might kick his ass out.
You better believe they will. I guarantee they would. And the company who is sponsoring him would fire his ass.
Okay. What is your background? You call quite a bit with good information. So what is your background?
Electrician.
Oh, I've been in construction for decades. I'm an electrician now, doing building automation system control work. And I've been a mediator for 30 years.
A mediator on what?
Oh, I did real high conflict resolution stuff. I was a parenting coordinator, parenting decision maker, mostly in Jefferson County.
He sounds like he could make a good deputy.
I know. What do you think I'm asking for? Of course he could make a good deputy. And so what do you do nowadays? Hang out? What?
Well, as we speak, I'm in one of the Denver public schools doing the control wiring to get some air conditioning eventually in this school.
But are you retired or working or what?
No. I work for a company.
Oh, you work? Okay.
Yeah. I'm working for a company.
You're a working stiff. Okay.
Yeah. Wow. I manage the job. Yeah.
Are you a master electrician?
I am not.
Okay. Well, man, thank you for calling in, and let me know if you ever want to take on some cases. 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Northbound I-25 delayed from 6th Avenue.
Up through the pier where there's a right lane crash. again to around 6th Avenue or so. So watch for that. I-225 is looking good, and the drive to the south end of town on C-470, I-25, E-470, all of them.
Susan.
No delay. 6th Avenue through Lakewood or I-25. Fox 31, 6.1 air tanks now. High a high reaching 94 today. About the same forecast as Saturday. Currently it is 90. With your impact traffic and weather, I'm Kristen Laughlin. 6:30 a.m.
Are you a safe driver? Are you looking to save money? With DriveWise from Allstate, the safer you drive, the more you can save. And Allstate Better Protection costs a whole lot less. Visit allstate.com or call an agent for a quote today.
All right, the last thing you want to do is shop for a
defense attorney when you're under pressure. If you've made a stupid mistake and tried to calculate how much you could drink and drive and you got nailed, well, you need an attorney to get through the system. Or maybe you're falsely accused, or maybe, whatever it is, they can take care of it for you as far as getting through the system. Now, here's the deal. Joe Lazzara will represent you after talking to you free of charge and then doing flat rate pricing. If you ever need an attorney, you can really depend on Joseph A. Lazzara. 303-429-6200. 303-429-6200. David Ellis Jewelry will buy your jewelry and precious stones, whether it's junk or estate jewelry, vintage jewelry, antique jewelry. Now, if it's junk, mismatched earrings, tangled messes, old coin collections, broken watches, he'll buy it. Wait and pay it. 3rd and Clayton in Cherry Creek. That's DavidEllisJewelry.com. Look for the black awning. The other thing is this. If you want to sell estate jewelry or vintage jewelry or antique jewelry, he'll pay for that too. 303-322-8779. You can ask him all of your questions at that number or drop by 2640 East 3rd Avenue, DavidEllisJewelry.com. No, so if you want to put away $200 a month or more, see, anybody can do $200 a month, really, if you're working. That can be a retirement plan with Become the Banker. Become the Banker is a life insurance policy that you purposely pay more than the premium because the government says when you pay more than the premium, the extra money will grow tax-free if you do it the right way, and they'll show you how. Then you borrow from it and pay it back. Here's the secret. When you pay yourself back, that's why it's called Become the Banker, you pay yourself interest, which shelters that money, which grows tax-free. The whole idea is to build up enough for retirement. BecomeTheBanker.org for more information. You'll talk to Joe and Jordan, good people, BecomeTheBanker.org.
For a limited time, Belco is offering 2.75% APY on a 17-month CD with balances of $500 or more. You heard right, 2.75% APY.
The loan to me. I want to know. So when you buy down points on a mortgage, let's say it's a $500,000 house, you usually pay 1 or 2%
to buy down a point
of the loan amount.
Yes.
So in that case,
so instead of 6%, 5%, right?
Yeah, but they charge you based upon the $500,000 borrowing amount. With this, what we're talking about, they don't charge you on the line of credit amount. So let's say,
what do they charge you on?
Only the initial balance. So if the initial balance is 10, well, it can't be, but if it's 10,000, you can buy down and lock in the $2 million line of credit based upon.
Oh, come on, that's impossible.
But
how do you know this?
Because I know.
Now, Mark,
I know for a fact.
Mark, but you were not told.
No, I do. I was told that.
Okay, by the person who's doing it.
Yes, which is not who you're probably thinking. It's a person that works directly for them.
Okay, hold on a second.
You know them.
Why did you?
They have class.
I know. Why did you choose that route?
Well, 2 reasons. Okay.
Yeah.
One, because originally I was going to do it on the house we're looking at in Louisiana.
Right.
And he's the only one that can do it. Our guy here can't do it because he's not licensed.
Got it. Then second,
I figured out that stuff based on this.
But would that other person charge you more?
Way more, because they wanted a much higher initial draw. Yes, or they wouldn't do it, and they wanted me to hold on to that even at 150.
So tell me how much you need to take out for this. If you didn't want to buy
10.
You have to take 10 for how long?
30 seconds.
Mark, we were never. No, I don't like that.
No, but he couldn't. The other person couldn't even survive. He'd have more cost. Remember, one works directly for the bank. The other doesn't.
So does that apply to my?
But but most people can't even do what we're talking about in any.
You're not
fashion.
buying yours down, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, so
you're not
Yeah.
buying yours down.
It
he has
doesn't
to
matter.
pay along, so it doesn't matter for you.
Plus,
You
wouldn't even lock. You didn't lock in, did you?
No.
Real quick,
I can't lock
line
in
one is
until
an unusual apartment complex issue.
I don't think
So-
you want to lock in now anyhow.
No.
So apartment, she just moved in, there's a bad smell, they said, look, we'll come in and put kills down to get rid of the smell, but they want her to pay to have her stuff stored and everything else while they do it. It's BS to me, and it's an apartment complex.
Why do you gotta move shit out to put kills in?
Because
Kills
it's a
is
stink
just a
stink
paint.
in the, and it's like, why aren't they just offering her, because it's on the floor. They're gonna put kills on the floor, she's gotta move her shit out. for
What
them
are
to do
kills?
that. Kills is like,
Kills
God,
smell. It's like a paint that kills.
it kills smell too.
Oh, really? I never heard of that.
It smells like shit at first.
I never heard of it on. Boy, you guys just made me think so. I hit a car wash this morning. I was the first person there. They opened up at whatever. It smelled so bad when they opened up that car wash door. I mean,
mildewy.
it was the worst smell. It was way worse than mildew.
Maybe there's
I
a
was like,
body
how do
in
these
there.
people even work in here? And my windows are up. I'm getting ready to go through a car wash.
Did you look for a body in there somewhere?
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303.
713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Welcome to the show, okay? Now, let's get to Shayna, who sounds like... Now, we're going to go back to Maurice and that solar thing right after Shayna, but Shayna has an unusual problem. What's going on, Shayna?
So pretty much a month and a week ago, I moved into the Waterford Apartments in Southland.
What's the name of the apartments?
The
Waterford?
Apartments.
Okay.
hmm Yeah. So I moved. Well, the day I moved in, I moved from out of state, so I feel like they kind of took advantage of that because I couldn't be able to view the apartment before I moved, obviously. So when I got here, we noticed like every single baseboard in the walls, like somebody had a dog trapped in here that was literally chewing every single corner of the walls. Some of the walls are halfway up the wall. Instead of replacing the baseboards, they just painted over them with huge chunks missing out of them. A bunch of other smaller things as well. We noticed like once the door was left open for a while from us moving things in and out, we started to smell an odor like urine and feces. So I immediately contacted the office, let them know, filled out the paperwork for, anything that's wrong with the unit. And they said they would fix it. So yesterday, I made a phone call to them, letting them know the smoke alarm was going off. They send a maintenance guy over with some contract they wanted me to sign, stating that I'm responsible to literally move every piece of furniture, pack all my stuff back up, pay for it to be stored, paper to get moved back in so that they can put Kills paint on the floor, but then put the same, crap carpet back over it that already has.
That sounds horrible. That sounds unbelievable.
So they're willing to take care of the odors, but they want
she
you
just
to
moved
pay.
in.
Hold on, but they want you to pay to really move your stuff, store it, and move it back.
So pretty much to really pack my whole unit, because it's the whole unit is carpet, repack my whole
No,
unit.
I get it.
Figure out where
I
to
get
put
it.
paper.
That
But
is
then
unreasonable.
But then they're not fixing the problem because they're literally putting the same padding and carpet that's been, sitting on top of this urine and feces for 2 months now.
Well, I can't imagine they could even reuse the padding. The carpet, if it was cleaned properly, wouldn't be a bad deal, but you would need new padding. I mean, can you reuse padding when you rip it up and out?
No.
I've never heard of it.
I don't think they are going to rip it out. I don't think they're going to
No,
rip
then
anything.
they said they were just going to spot treat it, that
Yeah,
they
they're
weren't
not
going
going
to
to
do
rip
the whole
anything out.
place.
They're just going to spray it.
Shannon, will
Listen.
they give you a new unit in the same
Yeah,
complex?
that's a good solution. Would they let you
Well,
move?
that's what I had asked them. They're refusing to do that. Then when I went to the office to speak with them, the manager decided to get up out of her seat aggressively, like she wanted to fight, and was screaming in my face. Told me to get out because I tried to record the conversation, and told me that I was doing that's illegal, and that they're no longer going to speak to me, and that I'm no longer allowed to come in the office to even talk with them.
Okay,
that I need to speak to their lawyer.
And
Listen,
how about the smell will still be in the carpet?
Do you have their lawyer's name?
He's actually been on your show before.
What's his name?
Let me see. Hold on one
Is it
second.
Brandon
It's
Siglian?
Yep, Brandon. Yep.
Yeah, he went from he does a lot of tenant landlord issues, and mostly landlords because they're the ones that can pay, and tenants very seldom can. He's a pretty good attorney, but have you talked to him?
Yeah, so I talked to him, and he's the one that said that they were willing to pull back and kill.
I get it.
But that's
Brandon
all he's
also
willing to
knows.
do, but he wants.
You need to talk to Brandon. Brandon's not an unreasonable guy, okay? Brandon, what you need to tell him is, now here's the problem. Let me just tell you what the problem is. You don't have much choice. Here's your you know what your biggest weapon is?
Mm-hmm.
Constructive eviction. Do you know what that is?
No, sir.
That means that you evict yourself and get all your money back. They can't hold it against you if you're successful at a constructive eviction. In other words, you're saying this is intolerable. You breached the contract. I'm leaving. Now that's your best weapon, and I don't know if you're prepared to do that. If you are, I think Brandon will understand this and know that they don't have a lot of leg to stand on. But are you willing to do that?
But see, the thing is, then I have to find a new unit.
No, I get it, but I'm just telling you that you got to decide what you want. That's the weapon.
Clown Parade is an anthology comedy podcast series presented by Will Ferrell, Bowen Yang, and Matt Rogers. Each month, hear a friend.
Siglian, he's a good guy, but I think he was upset with us. No, he wasn't. There was another guy, some tenant landlord guy. Oh, so Marco Bendinelli was texting me all night. You know, I happened to be up at midnight when he texted me. Did he text you? No. Okay. He had to go to the emergency room because his left arm blew up, or his right arm blew up.
From what?
Like this. I have pictures. They thought it was a blood clot.
Yeah.
He waited 6 hours in the ER.
Before he got seen?
And he gave me a video. There's no one in there. There are 3 people. Then when he
What
got
hospital?
in there,
What hospital did he go? What ER did he go to?
He went to Lutheran. It took him, once he got in there, 45 minutes to be seen. Then,
Wait. The
or
6
more.
hours was when?
Just in the waiting room.
Okay, so they put him
In a little room.
Right,
and then
45 minutes there?
At least for an hour.
Wow.
Then they put him on. I don't know what the ultimate diagnosis was. He thought it was a blood clot and life-threatening, but he said it was like fucking unbelievable, and they were mean to him, and he was videotaping and recording a lot. He says it was a night from hell. Actually, a night from hell may have been an upgrade. Oh, Lord. I was at the hospital at 6 p.m. till 6:45 this morning. I took an Uber home, so my vehicle is still at the hospital. I only had a few hours of sleep. I'm not sleepy. I'm not feeling so spry right now. Anyway, what are you up to? What? Why are you up at 4 a.m.? Okay.
That's unfucking believable.
No, so
That's like the.
But I need to know what that turned out to be.
We can't put a deputy on that one to see if they'll get her a new unit.
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. All right. Do you want to take that on, or do you want me to send that to Smarty Marty? Because I think she deserves a new unit.
Yeah,
frankly.
I'll call them.
I do too. That's disgusting.
For me to text you her
They just
number?
text my number.
Okay. Thanks, kid.
That should be an open and shut thing.
It should. And I've got Brandon Siglian's cell. I mean, I don't.
Okay.
We haven't talked in a long time.
Text me his number too.
All right.
That's who I call.
Well, maybe I'll get a 3-way going with her and Brandon.
It is really sad to see that this happened within the community.
51-year-old Mohammed Saeed has been arrested.
previous round domestic violence charges. Investigators think he may have had personal disputes with all 4 of the murder victims. So far, the suspect and only 2 of the killers. Jim Ryan, ABC.
Cicely Place Amusement Park has announced a new initiative as part of an expansion of its commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The move comes after a viral video showed a costume character appearing to snub 2 black children. The park says all employees will participate in a training and education program by the end of September. Alex Perez, ABC News.
I want to take more chances with the embroidery. Henley's vision for a new clothing line coming into focus.
Dramatic.
They'll need an on-staff photographer to put their collection in the spotlight.
Why is no one taking shots of these?
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply. In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're there on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a heart fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock and the wall says, you leap into action. Granger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done. K-How News Time, 103.
The latest consumer price index shows inflation has slowed to 8.5% year over year. But one local economic expert sees some red flags. CSU economics professor Stephen Feiler says wages are down 3.5%.
Are sobering. And inflation is tough, particularly for the worst off people.
And Feiler says that adds to the strain on American wallets.
Who you tell me?
Gas prices continue to go up.
I feel bad for Marco, man. Marco went through hell, but he never told me exactly what the diagnosis was. If he had a blood clot, what would they do for it? If you had a blood clot in your arm causing that, what would they do? They
put you on
they would have ultrasound to look.
They have ultrasound, then
But don't they go in immediately to dissolve that so it
well,
doesn't go to your heart?
they might, it depends on where it is, if it's in a vein or an artery. It also depends on whether they want to use ultrasound to break it up or just give them some anticoagulants.
What else? They put them on intravenous. I don't know. What else could it be, Doc? It could be a bite of some. I mean, it could be something weird.
You gotta have a hell of a bite.
Mark, did you have just fasciculations right there?
Yeah, I was showing you.
Yeah.
Isn't that fucked up?
Yeah. Well, guess what?
Yeah, I've had them since you mentioned them.
I've had them, and I had my nerve test on the 25th.
Getting nervous again.
And it wasn't. I'm always nervous. It wasn't from surgery. I had it before surgery, but my doctor thought it was because of my back. But it turns out it wasn't because I still.
Well, you won't know to your nerve.
No, but I also have them in my arms.
Yeah,
and once in a while my lips and eye.
Everybody gets them occasionally.
Doc says there is an actual condition, and so did my other doctor, my primary, called benign fasciculation. And the fact that I'm not losing, the initial exam showed strength, muscle, and I've had it for more than 6 months and no deterioration, that they don't think it's, because really it can only be nothing or the death sentence. It can either be one or the other. I swear to God, that's the only problem. And everyone looks on Google for the death sentence, right? Everyone. But he said, do not worry yourself because you have no symptoms other than that. But in any case, they're doing that test out of what do they call it? An abundance of caution, because they just
abundancy.
So anyway,
That's your diction, Mark. It's abundance.
It's abundancy.
Yeah, right. I love his English. But so this test, Mark, is a series of shocks.
Yeah, but they're nothing. I can bring my stun gun in if you want to do it tomorrow.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-8255. Here we are helping you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. And this hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. Now, I actually love these people because I've used them so many times through my life for openers, for hinge bolt tightening and inspections and doors themselves. They sell garage doors themselves. In fact, one of the few actually factory-backed
factory authorized people for clopay doors, whatever, and garage doors of all kinds. You'll love these people. And all of their prices are on the website. One Clear Choice Doors.com, 720-370-3987. Any component or the whole door. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Okay, so Colorado Pain Care is with us. If you have any questions, we've had good discussions on various things, and somebody wants to know about walking as an exercise. Just walking. Does it have to be a brisk walk, a regular walk? What kind of walking? Seriously.
Yeah, so I mean, just to feed off of that point, they've shown that walking as both an exercise for endurance as well as the speed that you walk with is one of our best predictors for not just pain, but cardiovascular issues, general health overall. They've correlated, they've started to call it an additional vital sign. So we all know the vital signs of heart rate and blood pressure and breathing rate and these sorts of things. They've started to call gait speed another vital sign. So the speed at which you walk, if you're over 1 meter per second, you start to have a decreased risk of further health events later on in life.
Really? So, but far below a run.
Correct. Yep. So walking at a rate of about 1 meter per second has been correlated with improved health outcomes throughout the course of your lifetime.
Very good. And that is Eli Fark from Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine, and he is a PT, PhD, Dr. Eli, and they do doctorate level physical therapy, which is wonderful. They give you stuff to do on your own. There's a bunch of stuff you can do on your own to stay out of pain. And do you think everyone should have somewhat of a routine in the morning or at night? It's just a little, I don't mean vigorous necessarily, 40 minutes an hour. I try to work out a few times a week, but I don't think that's what I'm talking about, because I still get normal aches and pains and stuff. Is there something people should be doing every day or every other day or every morning? Stretching, maybe?
Yeah, and you know, they say that the most compliant programs for health and maintenance are those that are not extraneous to our day-to-day lives.
So give me an idea of what would you recommend for people, whether old or young, or even especially getting older, to stay healthy? What do you recommend as a routine?
Yeah, so in the morning, certainly you have to consider that you've spent the last 6 to 10 hours, depending on how much you sleep, immobile, right? So a degree of mobility, light stretching, yoga-based exercises, whatever it may be, going for a walk in the morning. And then the biggest thing throughout the day is just to break up your day with periods of activity, even if that's just standing up for 30 seconds or going for a short walk. Periodic activity as opposed to trying to bundle it up at once often fits better in people's days.
Now, I wait till I get in the shower because the water's warmer, and I warm up a bit, and I stretch in the shower. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. But that's where I find it the easiest to stretch. Now, I don't do a whole yoga routine, but I do stretch the larger muscles, and I feel really, it wakes me up, and I feel good about it. So yoga is good stuff.
Yeah, and whether it's a formal practice of yoga or just similar movements, right? So yoga is based off of stretching, sustained postures,
does it help with core
patterns. It does, especially in those positions.
It's all about core.
Now, the one thing the only bad thing I've ever heard about yoga is people who overextend. That's the only thing I've heard bad. So you just don't overextend, right?
Yeah, and at the end of the day, you always have to pair mobility with strengthening. So if you're doing things that are really increasing your mobility, you have to also be doing things that are increasing your strength to support that increase in motion.
And how do you do that? Resistance?
Some of it is adding in resistance. Yep. Certainly getting into a more effective strengthening program where you're doing body weight strengthening exercises.
Okay.
Things that you can do around the house pretty easily.
All right. Let's go to the phones now. Maurice, you have a comment or you want a follow-up?
He's back, Tom.
Okay.
He had the Titan issue.
Yeah, I got it. I'm going to get him right now. He had Titan Solar install solar, I think. Big Dog Solar put a switch in or something. Now he's waiting for Black Hills Energy to install. And I said to get some clarification on where is the hang-up? Black Hills Energy to install meter. So what's going on, man? What did you find out?
Yeah, I got the phone number and the name of the lady that you need to talk to.
Good.
Basically, what Black Hills needed was that they needed a picture of the control panel that shows the on and off switch, which Big Dog Solar already came and did that. and they said they sent the information to Black Hills. I'm just waiting for Black Hills to put in a new meter. So I do have the phone number that you asked for and the name of the person that you need to talk to.
Who's the contact?
Mary Carrillo.
Carrillo, okay. And what is, well, let's give her number off the air to Suze. Suze, get the number and text or send it to me for me, or, yeah, Carrillo. Let's see. Let's call over there, see if we can talk to her. If we can't get her today, we'll do it tomorrow. Jeff, what's going on with you? And we are going to have some lines open at 303. Okay, so Jeff's off the line. He wanted to talk about his kid and some college stuff. So we're done with all of these. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Hang on, we lost you.
Can
Hang on,
also
he went
text
to you.
the
Hang
show
on a minute.
87739, Mark. Or 577, I'm sorry, 57739. Oh, he's back? Okay, let me go back to him then. Sorry, thank you.
Troubleshooter show, please hold.
Jeff. Okay, Jeff, what's happening?
Hey, Tom.
Hey.
I have a son that's going to college at the University of Illinois in Champaign-Urbana, and he's rented a place for the last year from the Weiner Management Company, and this year he was going to
Maurice, you with me?
move to a different unit that they're also managed.
Good. What's
And
her
he
name
gets
again?
to go to move in the unit, which was last Friday, and he had never seen it. He couldn't see it. They just showed him
What's her phone number?
pictures online because it was occupied. So last Friday he goes to move in. The place smelled like an ashtray. There's
And what's your phone number
black
in case
mold
I lose you?
all
Yes,
throughout
and
the
what's your number in
bathroom,
case I lose
broken
you?
windows, and paint chipping off the ceiling. So he called the company back and said, this is not going to
Did you
work.
say
This is nasty. And they,
9240310?
to their credit, they did come out and say, wow, it didn't get clean.
719-9240310,
well,
sir.
I just moved out today, right? So I need somewhere to go.
Maurice?
They said, well, let me see if I can find you something. And they said, well,
if you can hear
sorry,
me,
I
man, you're
can't
breaking
find
up
you
so
anything.
bad, I can kind of
Good
tell
luck
you're
to
there.
you.
Well, hold on,
and
but
in the
they're not, hold
meantime-
on, but they're not holding
Hang
him
tight
to
a
that
minute.
lease, is that right?
Troubleshooter show, what is your
No,
first name?
they're not.
Now,
but the problem
Alan, in
is,
the
I get it.
Us, what would you
The
like to tell
problem
me
is
about
there's
on the
nowhere
show
else
today?
to go, and it's a college town, right?
exactly. And they have taken rent out from the place that he used to live by
hang on a minute.
accident, which she said, oh, sorry, that happens all the time.
What do you mean they took
We'll
out
get
rent?
back-
What do you mean rent? You mean the old landlord took some money?
Well, it's the same landlord on both
Okay, got it.
apartments.
So,
Can he move back to that one?
No, it's leased out.
All right, so right now he has no place to live. That's his main problem, right?
Exactly.
Are they going to, they're not keeping that other money, obviously, right?
Well, they've refunded some, but not 100%, which I don't understand why I don't get that either. But they are promising to give the money back.
Well, of course they
And,
are. They're not going to keep money for nothing. They're just not. So that's going to be the easy part. So I don't want to compound the problem because you want to get us fired up. I want to really work on what we need to work on. And the bottom line now is their lack of action or their breach of contract, if you will, they didn't clean.
Don't you think they could possibly owe him liquid damages if he had to go find a hotel for a little bit and find another place?
No, he would be entitled to liquidated damages if they breached the contract. He took pictures and everything, right?
He did.
But did they come in and offer to mitigate? Did they say, we are going to clean and we are going to fix these issues? Because he would have to give them a chance.
Well, they were going to clean. However, it was going to take days, if not a week, to clean all that black mold out and paint the place. And as of this was Friday afternoon, right?
Well, I'm trying to get around this without a major lawsuit because this is not an easy one. This is not where you go to some Ministry of Fairness and they compensate them. They're not going to give him anything. They're going to say, look, you don't have to move in, okay? So now he has no place to live. How do you calculate damages? Well, you got to find a place. You have to calculate realistic damages and sue them for it. It's not an automatic thing. That's why I'm asking about mitigation. Is there a way we can work around this or work at a solution? Do they have other apartments at other complexes? What's the name of this management company?
Weiner Management.
How do you spell it? Liner, did you say? Like in a line? Liner?
No, Weiner, Weiner.
Okay. Okay. Weiner Management. Okay. Now, does Weiner Management have any other thing that... See, he needs to talk to them like this. As a result of your breach of the contract, by not having a suitable place to live, you are costing me damages. I need to know who I sue, or if you can mitigate my damages by getting me into another unit. You see, this is called communication. Now, maybe it wasn't covered yet in college, but he has to do that. He has to make clear what he wants, or you have to do that. Once they say, no, tough, you're on your own, that's the deal. But I need to know he communicated exactly that. So, did he communicate that?
Not exactly.
Well, he needs to, or you need to. You need to call him right now, and you need to say that my son, as a result of your breach, has nowhere to live. Which is as a result of your breach, not because the apartment's dirty. As a result of your breach of contract, we are going to suffer damages. Now, we can handle it two ways. Tell me who I serve with the lawsuit, or another unit he can move into to mitigate those damages. I promise you, Jeff, that will get you some results. I
would
promise
love
you.
to do that, Tom. But when I call them, they say, well, Jeff, you're not on the lease, so we can't discuss it with you. And that's that.
Okay, then have your son do it, or stick your hand up his ass as a puppet. Do something like that. Make him talk. Jeff, I want to help, but you have to at least make a demand. And if they say tough, we'll call them. But at least have him call and do that. I promise you, we will call them, and we will fight for you. Okay? But we have to let them know what is the consequence. I just don't think there's communication. I think he's doing a lot of moaning about it and complaining, and they don't care, and they think he's some kid, and they don't care what happens to him. Let's make it clear. When you make it clear what you're going to do, it does sometimes help people respond. And we'll even try to do it before the end of the show right now. Or let your son talk to us, and we'll talk to him and tell him exactly what to say. 303-713-8255.
I spoke to Brandon.
Okay, I'll get to you.
Yeah, just so you know that.
Now, why is Marie still there? I wanted us to call him. I mean, we need to find someone to call. I can't do it. Me. Well, okay, hold on. All right, American Restoration 7 is a company that you really need if you've ever had
Maurice,
a property
I thought
insult,
Tom wanted to call on
a
the air,
property
but we're doing this
catastrophe,
off
a
the
fire,
air, so I'm
a
going to
flood,
hang up with you.
proximity to a fire,
And
maybe black
I'm going to have a
mold,
deputy call
unattended
you,
death,
one
a
of our
crime,
people that's going to be
any
calling Mary.
kind of
They're
a
going to probably
problem
call you
to your
first. I'm going to
property
send
that
Deputy
needs
Doc all your
restoration.
information. He's going to make
Here's
the call,
deal.
okay?
Most restoration companies, unfortunately, are ripoffs. I hate to say that, but that's an industry that are mostly ripoffs. They put a few blower motors in, or they call themselves restoration when they're a glorified carpet company. What you really need is someone to handle every bit of it with EPA certifications and people who know how to inspect, clean, mitigate, and rebuild. Your insurance is only going to pay once. If they pay the wrong company, you're screwed. They won't pay again. So call the right company the first time. American Restoration 24/7. 8337-AMREST. Rock and his crew. They're honest, they're knowledgeable, and again, educated in this field. American Restoration 24/7. 8337-AMREST. Or online, amrest247.com. The Art of Granite will give you a free estimate on the phone, and it'll be pretty darn close. They're willing to give prices on the phone at theartofgranite.com. Why? Because they know that they have unbeatable, not totally unbeatable, but hard to beat deals. And when you're dealing with the art of granite, you're dealing directly with a direct stone importer. You can do stone at wholesale or any man-made material at wholesale, and cabinets as well you can do. Now, here's the deal. You explain your project, and they'll give you a price on the phone. Plus, they tear out and haul away all of the old stuff free. And they'll do the bathroom vanity when you do the kitchen free. Give them a call. Mitch Floria, the owner. I've known him for many years, and you can trust him. 303-386-5919. 386-5919. Genesis Total Exteriors can fix your stucco. They can install stucco. They can take care of all of your stucco, along with siding and windows and doors and painting and decks. Anything outside, they do, including roofing and gutters. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. I've known him probably 20 years or more, at least. 303-679-8509. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Ready to sell your vehicle or perhaps upgrade to something sharper? The Sharpest Rides wants...
Is he going to try to do his own solar installations, you said?
Yes, he's working on that. But it's so hard to find people right now, man. I don't think any of it matters.
Who should we have call her?
Abundancy.
Abundance. I don't think there's a such word. Is there abundance?
Of course there is.
I've never heard of that word.
Plentiful.
Abundancy. An abundancy?
Abundancy.
Is
a plethora.
Abundancy. I've heard of abundance.
Abundancy. So both of you can stick it.
Yeah. He looks up a definition and then makes it part of his.
It's the fourth definition down from the top.
No, abundancy definition. I've never.
Plentiful.
Well, I mean, there are certain words that just.
Actually.
Abundance would be.
It's fucking correct, Doctor. I'm sorry.
That is what I was about to say.
But it's not a common usage.
No, abundance may be
Well,
used
okay,
for
I'm not common. I use abundancy all the time.
No,
When's
I
the
would
last
say
time you used
your
abundance?
grammar is totally not common. I would say thank God it's not.
When's the last time you used the word abundancy?
Yesterday. I said, that dinner made me feel abundancy.
No, that's not the way it's used.
Mark has an abundancy of self-confidence.
You can use that, though.
It actually sounded wrong.
It doesn't sound good.
Well, okay, but it's fine. It's different diction
Nobody
than
is-
what you're used
nobody
to,
is
but
arguing.
it's still good.
Yeah, but it's not the common usage.
Well, once again, I'm not the common person. Your abundancy of doubt in my diction.
Black Hills contact. Okay, we got to get this to. This poor guy, man, he is really trying to get help here. So Deputy Smarty, he's become like a solar person. Okay, you talk to him. Let me write it down.
I talked to Brandon Kelligan.
Okay, Brandon Siglian. Did he
Brandon
say
Siglian.
hi or was he an asshole?
No, he's very nice.
No, he's a good guy, Brandon. Hold on, don't tell
I'll
me.
tell you what he said when you come back.
All right, good. Brandon's a good guy.
Yeah, he was.
He's a really good guy.
I've known him for years.
But he's right, though. It's like us, that category does not match this show at all. That's the part that's
What do you mean?
impossible. There's no landlords, or I'm sorry, there's no tenant landlord attorneys that work for the tenants. There isn't any. There's zero. Because there's no fucking money. The only reason a tenant calls an attorney is because they can't afford to pay their rent. So they can't afford to pay a lawyer.
Well, how about if they're paying their rent, but they have a problem, the landlord's not addressing it?
Yeah, but what he's saying is they're not good clients.
Right.
And there are few attorneys that will take tenants because of that. They
There's
can't
no
pay
money
the
in
bill.
it.
The
Right.
same with employment law.
Single Social Security.
Employee, well, no, because that they take.
Oh, yes.
You got to have 1,000 of them.
No, they take contingency on the back.
Yeah.
No, of course, but you can't, it's not like you do one or two. I mean, you can't make money at those unless you're doing them everywhere.
Well, there are Social Security lawyers in them that do nothing but.
That's all, yeah.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK.
Claims Pro is a public adjuster. We've talked about public adjusters to help you get a fair settlement if you have a property claim at your home or business. 833-252-4600, 833-252-4600, publicadjuster.pro. That's Peter and his team here in the Denver office. If you need help with an insurance claim to get more money or to get at least a fair settlement, and they work on a small contingency of what they collect for you above what they were offering in the first place, publicadjuster.pro. Suze, what do you got?
So, Jeff, with the kid's apartment,
Yes.
he just emailed me. Per Tom's advice, I did get in touch with Rebecca,
Okay.
told her they had breached the contract, and I have liquidated damages. She said, have a wonderful day, and hung up.
Ah!
Okay, so now we can get a hold of
Why don't we all call her?
Yeah.
Maybe that's a good idea.
Yeah. Okay. I still don't think he didn't say what I told him.
What
to
phone
say, but
number
I don't
did
care.
they call?
Yeah. What's the number and who's the person?
What a jerk ass.
I know.
Her name is Rebecca, and her phone number, you
Hold on,
hold on.
Rebecca. No, I want people to inundate. First of all, they're not allowed to do this. They can't rent an apartment that's not ready and then not face the consequences. What's Rebecca's number?
And the kid's a student. This is like what they do.
What's the number?
217
217
384
384
8001.
Let them know, people. This is out. We're in Illinois. Let them know that we care. Honest to God now. You see, this is the original social media, talk radio. The original social media. We want to let Rebecca know. Do not be rude. Do not be vulgar. Let Rebecca know that we care about this issue and that Weiner or Wiener Management, I think it's Wiener.
Could it be Weiner?
I say Wiener. I say Rebecca at Wiener Management, 217-384-8001, and then go online and leave a bad review based on what you just heard. All the kid wants, Jeff's son, we need to know Jeff's son's name. All Jeff's son wants is a place to live. And no matter what state you're in, it's got to be habitable. So, Rebecca, don't be a bitch. There's no reason to be. 217-384-8001. Be a nice person. 217-384-8001. Rebecca, you have now pissed us off because, not because you owe us an explanation, but you won't even talk to Jeff or the kid about this. You need to do something. Now, what I would do, I don't know why the kid can't live there temporarily while they're fixing the stuff. That part I've never known. Now, I know you're going to say black mold. Black mold is not going to kill him, and he can stay there a few days. I mean, first of all, the thing about black mold, there's so much exaggeration as to how dangerous it is. And there is very seldom is black mold killer black mold, okay? I mean, we just heard too much about it. And you know where it all started? Ed McMahon. Did you know that?
I did know that.
Ed McMahon.
And it was huge.
Big case.
Huge.
Now, mold is not something to laugh at, but most of it is not toxic. It's simply an irritant, and that's only to those environmentally sensitive. And there are people, they make too much out of it. They make too much out of it. There was mold in every cellar, in every house, to people that lived to hundreds and 90, in their 90s. I mean, it was a way of life. We've gotten so crazy about mold. I mean, in Texas, it's gotten to a point, I remember in Texas, we'd get complaints from people. They get a leak in their house, right? Basically, environmentalists were telling them they have to knock down the house, scoop out the dirt, and rebuild. It was like toxic waste. Come on. It's water and it's mold. You can eradicate it.
Tom,
Yeah.
son's name is Jefferson.
Okay. Jefferson, why can't Jefferson, seriously, I'm not saying Jefferson is a wuss bag or something, but why can't he live there temporarily if they're willing to fix it?
Or at least put his stuff in there and get a hotel while they clean it.
I mean, because we're going to look at a full-scale lawsuit here. And you're not going to get someone to take it on contingency. So we're trying to solve this in a peaceful way, and that's why it'll help if you let the witch who answers the phone, Rebecca, know that it is unacceptable not to address this. Her number is 217-384-8001. Be polite and get the message across. Rebecca, 217-384-8001. If you've called, let us know.
That Ed McMahon deal, he got sick, his wife got
They're
sick,
not nice,
their
T-Large.
dog died, and it
We've
was
had
the
people say,
largest
"Your
mold
listeners
case
are calling
ever at
threatening to kill us."
7.2.
Did he collect $7.2 million?
Yep, they settled it. His insurance company
paid him
$7.2 million.
Yeah, and then they started excluding mold, and I'm telling you, a lot of policies exclude it or limit it. So that's what I want you to do. Let Rebecca know you can't treat people like dirt. 217-384-8001. Call us and let us know what the reaction was.
Poor Rebecca.
Yeah, that's what you get.
That's
It
right.
isn't right.
Damn it.
You done fucked up now.
That Rebecca said that. What a bitch. Yeah. Who's taking this case? What do we do about it? It's in Illinois. It's a landlord management company. They, and then we have to have Brandon follow. Let me do that.
Southbound roads doing a bit better, though we are seeing slower driving between 30 and 80 east of there, I-70.
It's not Brandon. What was that person's name?
Shana.
Shana follow. Okay.
Continues and north from there, just the 5-5, I-70 westbound.
Troubleshooter Show, what's your first name? I'm sorry, you're hard to hear. What's your first name? Hi, Stan, in a sentence or less. Hey, Stan, in a sentence or less. What would you like to talk to Tom about on the show today?
Okay.
Can I have you tell Tom?
When you're injured, you have all kinds of questions, and I know
Hang
you
on.
see commercials about people that got gazillions of dollars for their injuries. The truth is, most cases don't pay gazillions of dollars. Most cases are small to medium cases, but they still need attention. You know, John Fuller, he'll take the big cases, of course, but he won't discount the small to medium ones. In fact, if it's really small, he'll even give you free advice on do-it-yourself. But here's the deal. John Fuller has a smaller law firm by design, so you're not just a number. When you call John Fuller, he will talk to you and evaluate your case, give you information, and you can make a decision after talking to others if John is the one you want, and he probably will be, because you get his cell phone number, you get his personal attention, and he works your case vigorously. My accident lawyer on the show here can be your accident lawyer at this website, myaccidentlawyer.co. 303-597-4500. 303-597-4500. You know, when you're getting your carpets cleaned, why don't you think about getting granite and grout cleaned, or any stone you have in the house, or upholstery, or mattresses, pet odor treatment, all of this, area rug cleaning, even water and flood removal and cleanup, commercial cleaning services. You can get it all done with Zero Res. What I love about Zero Res, the name says it all, Zero Res, Denver.com. They don't have anything in the water except water, which is super soft, and it has a patented formula to make it a super cleaning agent. In fact, that's all they use, and you will be amazed at what your stuff looks like. I mean, you'll think your carpets are new with no dirt-attracting residue. They have a 3-step process as well, a light scrubbing method and a suction that get your carpets extra clean of dust, dirt, dander, pathogens, viruses, germs. Other methods are fake clean. ZeroResDenver.com is a pure clean. 303-471-5150. Right now, 3-room areas, $119. 303-471-5150.
I had one of our referral list members come out and do our carpet.
Yeah, you Superior, right? No. Who? The one she just told me.
I was reluctant because of the way they clean.
What?
I've never been fucking happy.
What kind of cleaning method?
Bonnet.
Yeah, I know. I never liked bonnet, but they do static bonnet rather than a lot of liquid.
Well, what they do is they spray the shit down.
Yes, and then they
hit it with one bonnet pad. Then they take that pad off, put a different one on, hit it again. It looks so fucking. It's been 2 weeks now.
And no water.
It's never been cleaner, and there's no fucking stains anywhere. Anywhere. It is perfect, and it didn't have to dry. It fucking was dry when they're done. I can't believe how good it was. $650, but I got a lot of fucking carpet.
What happened to our one guy that used to be?
Him and his partner moved to Florida.
Is he doing it down there, cleaning?
I don't know.
I've had great success with Zero Res, and my son.
Zero Res, I dropped $900 on about 2 years ago. But I'm telling you, the guy told me, if it's not as good or better than you've ever had before, I'll fucking make it that way or pay someone else to fucking do it. So how do I say no to that offer?
Those bonnets actually set up an electrostatic.
So they spray this chemical down.
It's not a scrubber.
No, not at all. And it breaks this shit up in there. And then the first bonnet attracts it and sucks all the dirt up, but there's no sucking. It's just a bonnet.
But it doesn't have a light vacuum on it.
I don't know. But then they put, here's what I didn't realize about this. So it's him and his daughter, one-man show. They must swap out and clean. So all she does.
All the bonnets.
Oh my God, there's so many. Like, I bet you there was 40 to 50 bonnets. So he gets done with one, she puts the other one on, takes that one, cleans it, and then comes back. But not having the part that was so nice.
You don't have to wait for anything.
You put the fucking furniture back when you're done. If you moved it, it's dry, and they got stains up. I couldn't fucking believe it. Now, we don't have cheap carpet, as you know, but I'm telling you, it's the best carpet cleaning I've ever had in that house. It's fucking crazy. It's labor intensive, though.
Aren't they out of the Springs?
No, they're right here. He's a good guy, man. He wanted to come in. He challenged Zero Res and all these others years ago, and then COVID happened, or else we were going to do it.
I did that. I used to go to the Taste of Colorado and put down carpeting behind the food counters. I put down 4 or 5 pieces.
We should do that.
Then I would take them out from the Taste of Colorado. These are people that were frying and cooking. Then I'd take them out and I'd lay them in a parking lot. And I'd have one carpet cleaner do this one, another type of cleaner, steam.
We should do that.
And then I would film it. I did it at Channel 4.
We've got 3 on the referral list.
Battle of Carpet Cleaners.
I just... It's hard not to like it not being wet, though, man. It's really hard.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Waterpros.net, or your
water, your conditioned water, under $2,000 for the entire house. Better laundry, better use of soap or less soap for sure. Better plumbing, better skin, better health. Under $2,000, you will never find anything like that from a plumber. Waterpros.net. They are plumbers, by the way, but I'm talking about plumbing contractors. So waterpros.net, under $2,000. Let's talk. Rebecca, Stan called Rebecca at Wiener Management. Here's what happened. Let's just explain this. What happened was Jeff's son Jefferson is in college in Illinois, renting an apartment, moved in, smelled terrible, black mold, paint chipping. Wiener Management says, tough. Well, they said they're going to clean it. Let's be fair. But it's going to take a while, and he had nowhere to go. Again, if it was my son, I'd say make do, live in one room while they clean another, and try to at least. Because otherwise, it might be a major lawsuit. But I told him to communicate to Rebecca that as a result of the breach of contract, the son is facing some damages. And he said, Rebecca said, have a nice day, and hung up on him. I asked my listeners to call Rebecca the Witch at 217-384-8001. Stan, you called. What happened?
So, Tom, I called that lady. She talked to me. She was more concerned about who I was and why I was calling, but she did talk to me. It was courteous, Tom.
Good. What did she say?
And I said, you need to honor that contract because this kid doesn't have no place to live. You need to clean the mold up and fix the window. She just, her answer was, she wanted to know who I was. Where am I calling from? And I said, we're hearing you on the radio. You're on the radio. Just honor this.
Good.
This kid has no
What
place
number
to
did you
live.
call, Stan?
He called the one I gave him, right?
That,
the
yeah, I called the number that
217
you gave right here.
384 8001. Okay, but she was nice.
She was nice, Tom. It was 217-384-8001.
But she never addressed the problem.
Never addressed the problem, and that's a red flag for me, Tom. That's a red flag. She should have addressed the problem.
People
Because
should
this is
also,
wrong.
if people call that number, and we'll give it out one more time, but they might want to drop a little hint to Rebecca that our podcast is played for years and years, hundreds of thousands of times.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, listen, 217-384-8001, Rebecca the Witch at Wiener Management. So, anyway, Shayna called, and she said she moved into Waterford Apartments a month ago, noticed wood trim damage from dogs and smelled like urine and feces, told management. And did management say they would do anything or what? What was the problem? What did management say?
Management was going to kill paint the floors, but they wanted her to pay for moving and storage and then moving the stuff back into the apartment.
And besides, I don't think kills is enough. But anyway, what happened?
Well, I spoke to, they told her to speak to their attorney, so I called up Brandon Seligan.
Siglian, right, Brandon?
And spoke to him, and he said, well, as usual, there's always two sides. He said the smell isn't as bad as they made out, but in any case, he has a conference call scheduled with Shayna at 2 o'clock today.
Good. And he's going to try to work it out?
They're going to see if they can work something out, and they'll get back to me, both of them, and I'll give you a follow-up tomorrow.
Good. So Deputy Doc did talk to them. Alan, what is happening in your life, Alan?
Well, Tom, long-time listener, thanks for taking the call. I have a storage unit I've had for a long time. Send my check in every month. Personally know the owner, very nice gentleman. And yesterday I got this phone call. Hi, I'm so-and-so. I'm the new storage unit manager. And going through desk, I found 4 uncashed checks from you from February, March, April, and May of 2021, and we want to know how you'd like to reimburse us for those 4 uncashed checks.
Well, just tell him you'll call and rewrite the checks. I mean, I would just write it in one check and just do it. Why?
Well, but aren't federal laws with checks are only good for 6 months or a year?
Well, whatever. Okay, so they're not good. I agree. That's why they're calling you.
Okay.
Well, Alan, are you
got to pay it.
Well, hold on, Alan. Are you trying to make the argument that because they made a mistake, they're not due rent?
No, it's just I never had this kind of a bizarre situation.
Well, it is bizarre. It absolutely, but it's not a gotcha. I mean, it could be a got you technically.
Yeah.
Technically, you could say gotcha. You can't cash them, and I'm not paying. And they say get your crap out of here.
Did you actually check, though, and make sure they never got paid on them?
They sent me. I had them send me copies.
No. But I mean, a lot of the checks we deposit, we literally just take a picture with our phone, and it's deposited, and we still have the check.
I guess what I'm asking you is, are you planning to pay it? But you have to verify the money was never taken out of your account for sure, right?
And I think that's on their side to show that.
No, it's not. They can't tell. You're the one that has to do that. You have to go to your account and see if they were cash. What's the big deal?
That's true.
Huh?
It was just so bizarre.
It's very bizarre. I totally agree with you, Alan. It's very bizarre. But you understand that that, okay, it was a mistake. They might have had a derelict manager. That doesn't mean they get
True.
screwed out of the money. I mean, I've had cases where I've lost checks in a deposit, and I call the people and say, can you see if your check cleared? And if not, stop payment. I'll pay the stop payment or whatever. But if they did not clear, they can't clear them, then are you, let me ask you something. You don't have a problem paying it if it hasn't been cashed, right?
No, I know the owner personally.
Oh.
Wonderful man. I've rented for years.
You
So
were
it's
just
not
calling
like it's a
about
big-
you were calling for advice on what to do or to see if we would pay or like if it was us, what we would
it was
do?
just so bizarre.
It is
of,
strange. I'll grant you that. It is strange.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by the Our American Stories podcast.
Not much in the way of surprises out there on the roads and
We
freeways this
get checks from, and he put 4 of them in the drawer and forgot about it.
Yeah.
It's not that bizarre. Just have him send a check.
East of there, I-70 westbound, no news here, but we are seeing pockets of congestion.
I think the guy was embarrassed because he probably thought I'd tell him to go.
North from there,
Screw it.
I-270 westbound, heavy congestion between I-70 and Fast Ends. Buck 31, pinpoint weather, nice and sunny out today with a high of 94 degrees. The current temperature in Denver is 91. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Sorum, 630 KHOW.
Instantaneous communication across the globe is an expectation and has been for nearly 2 decades. But it hasn't always been. It used to take weeks to months. Be sure to listen to this week's edition of Our American Stories on the Hour Radio app and Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your podcasts.
The liquid loan is an incredible loan and something that you really need
to get done.
At
theliquidloan.com. Affordable
From
interest mortgage. Here's how it works. It's a line of credit, a 30-year line of credit on your house. You let it sit there, and you can pay it down as much as you want and borrow it back. You can pay interest only, keeping your payments very, very low. Or you can pay down principal if you decide to stay. Whatever it is, you have control, and you'll pay less interest over the life of this loan than any other loan, even if you make regular payments like any other loan. But here's the deal. It also pays you interest on money you have in the bank, which means that it offsets your mortgage balance interest, and you pay less interest. Find out more at theliquidloan.com, 720-895-0500. And while we're talking about the liquid loan, maybe you want to find a house, get Frank Duran, therealestateman.com on your side. Now, Frank Duran, of course, lists homes and sells them faster and for more money than the market average, and he can prove it to you. Or, of course, what you can do is you can just call and talk to him yourself and see the stats. No gimmicks, proven results. You can also have your home listed or go out and buy a house, and he knows how to buy homes. In fact, he is a master negotiator. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. All right, you have until the end of the month to take advantage of this deal from K&H Home Solutions. Now, K&H Home Solutions started out the month doing 30% off window siding and doors. I'm talking about a lifetime of durability with Everlast siding, beautiful windows, fiberglass windows, vinyl windows, and also Provia entry doors. So that was a 30% discount. He came in the other day and said, Tom, for the rest of the month, I want to do an extra 10%. That's a 40% discount. 40% window siding and doors. You can get one or all. khwindows.com, 303-421-7100.
President Trump says it's not a matter of if, but when. But can he really win? And what about DeSantis? Then can he defeat Biden, Kamala?
Operative Hillary Clinton. Dick Morris has the answers. You know Dick Morris from Newsmax, the channel of conservatives. Newsmax says we need Dick
Tommy, no guest tomorrow. I assume you're going to be remote, or you want to come in?
Yeah, I'll be remote.
Studio tomorrow, Tom?
Yeah,
You coming in?
Yeah, you're gonna come over?
Well, oh, you know your house? Yeah, I'll be, of course.
Kelly, Kelly's filling in for me on Friday, just so you know.
What are you doing? Just taking off? Oh, for the party?
Yes.
You know, Stephanie has to go to her mom's.
Oh,
Something
she's not
came
making
up.
the party?
But
Okay, good
can I
to know.
take the 2 kids? Or
Of
not?
course you
Okay,
can.
All right, then I'll
Of
take the
course.
2 instead. And then Stephanie, she couldn't help it.
It's okay.
Her mom's older now, doesn't have dad anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
She has to fly out.
Daddy will be sorry she missed her.
We're going to actually visit her or see her. Trust me, we will. It's a good excuse to take
And
the
then
helicopter.
next Wednesday, Kelly's filling in. I'm going to be crying all next week.
What's the city? When is she actually leaving?
We take her up Wednesday.
What's the city?
Laramie.
Oh, okay, so
I was going to
Denver.
law school.
Oh, yeah? Nice. Is that University of Wyoming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have a beautiful law school.
Yeah.
Small. She's 20, so she's younger than average. Should just be
That's
perfect
early.
for her. She graduated from high
Okay,
school early, and then maxed out credits for her bachelor's in 3 years.
Wow. It would take me about an hour and a half to get there.
Hour and a half by heli?
What does it take by car?
So anyway, hello. Like, so I'm sad she's going.
How long does it take to drive?
It's 3 hours.
It's about half driving is what it usually
And I don't
is.
like the thought of her driving those roads to come home.
Is that an only child or an oldest child?
No, we have our son too. He's
Okay.
a couple years older.
No, it'll be fun.
He's killing it with Walmart. Like, this kid is 22 with
Career-wise.
almost three or 6-figure salary. He is
Jeez.
almost there.
Yeah.
22 years old, Eli.
Wow.
It's killer.
Yeah.
And no college debt.
And no college debt. He pays his own health insurance.
But they pay for his college, right?
They did, but he stopped. He was like, unless I had forced to for a promotion, he's like, this is not for me.
Yeah.
But he is
Well, he's
Walmart
one of the
is great.
smart people that realize that college isn't everybody, and you don't have to spend all that money if you've had a different career.
They've got different acting.
Okay, guys.
Oh, okay.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, GarageMagic.com.
That's a full polyaspartic coating, which is impervious to gas and oil and weather for your garages, warehouses, commercial or residential, lifetime guarantee, all employees, no subs, GarageMagic.com. And we have with us, and we can get some calls in if you want to squeeze them in, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, or not. But we do have with us today Eli from Colorado Pain Care Sport and Spine. He does physical therapy there. Now, physical therapy to prevent pain, to keep you healthy, I don't think anyone disputes the need for some kind of physical therapy. You can call it working out even. As far as we were talking about staying out of pain, he says stretching is a wonderful routine, and then resistance training or weights of some kind, and the core is important. Somebody wants to know, let me go to it, and it's probably too late to text me now, but it's 57739. So let's talk about that. What is core strengthening? What exactly do you mean by core? Everyone talks about core. Good question.
Yeah, so I mean, by definition, your core would be primarily the muscles around your abdomen and your hip. That said, as much as anything, the concept of core strengthening stems from the idea that we gain a lot of our stability with movement from the center of our body. So when we move, our extremities are creating most of the movement.
Yeah.
And our core, the center part of our body, is acting to stabilize and create a basis for all that motion to occur. So core strengthening, if you're looking for like specific exercises, they can be, we like to think a lot in terms of neutral spine strengthening. We talked earlier in the show about how crunches are maybe something to avoid, but exercises like planks or resistance training where you're engaging your abdomen to stabilize against a resistance.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, core strengthening comes back to introducing some sort of external force and controlling your body against that force. The force may be the weight of your body, or the force may be a free weight or a resistance band, but gaining stability with movement.
If you had to name muscles in the core, is there such thing as core muscles? Like, is the ab considered a core muscle?
Yeah, so your rectus abdominis, that's the muscle most people would think about when they think about the core. That's the six-pack muscle. That's the one you see on the front. There are also muscles that span all the way around the abdomen, so they don't just live in front of your spine. They live all the way around your abdomen. So you have muscles like your transverse abdominis, your obliques. They'll actually consider your diaphragm and your pelvic floor as a part of your core as well. So doing breathing exercises, doing
Hip
pelvic
flexors,
floor.
anything like that?
Hip
or they go
flexors-
too long, they go too far down, or
Yeah, so
Troubleshooter
again,
show, what's your first
the
name?
hip flexors will control the motion of your pelvis.
Hey, Kevin, you're calling in the last minute of the show. Did you need help with something? If so, I can take your number for tomorrow.
They will influence the core in that regard. So strong hips stabilize your pelvis, which subsequently gives you a strong core.
someone wants to know. Okay,
Let's
is it
try. Okay.
as far as the core
30-year-old story
planks?
of T. Martino.
Yeah, they work.
They do,
Hang on,
and,
let's
and
see if
again,
we
it
can take
gets
it real
to this
quick.
idea of neutral spine strengthening.
But
So
just
you're-
the plank itself can strengthen you. Just prone. I mean, doing it properly, of course. But a plank will you don't have to move. You just stand. You just hold the plank.
Correct. Yep, as long as you're keeping a good spine without your back sagging towards
Right,
the ground.
right. Would it be as
Yeah, I don't think he
good
will
as
either.
let's say some kind of a flex movement with the abs?
Yeah, so certainly there can be progressions from there. So people will do exercises where they do like marching type exercises while they're holding a plank, or marching type exercises or flexion as you're.
Oh, I
alluding to.
get it. Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's a combination of both. We need core strength for stable positions, and we need core strength for movement.
All right, now ColoradoPainCare.com, 303-GOT-PAIN.
Dang it, Kevin,
You
try
can
us
make
a different
appointments
time,
straight
man.
to physical therapy or to a doctor.
Thanks, bye.
If physical therapy discerns you need a doctor, they'd make a recommendation. So that's what I like. By the way, there's a new virus out, Lavy, L-A-Y, capital V, jumping from a little rodent in China. Dozens of people are reported sick. They say it resembles the coronavirus. That's
Connected with all of us
At 630 KHOW.
KHOW.com.
And on the iHeartRadio app.
Leland Conway is next
On Denver's talk station.
630 KHOW.